Alrighty, hello, hello. How's it going? Hope everybody's doing well. Alright, so this is what we did last stream. We did a render stream, or kind of rendering, refinement stream. So an extra 2 hours on a painting, more than normal. I was pretty happy with it. Also, we had some weird internet issues last stream, which was not great. But hopefully that won't happen today. Hello, Mimomo. How's it going? You're well. Hope you're well. I am doing well. And my day is pretty good. I gotta sleep in. That was nice. Oh wait, I don't have a face. Where's my face? Oh, it's not. I was like, why isn't it? There we go. Hey, look. Okay, I have a face. That was stupid. The little cap of my webcam was closed. Okay. Also, what's happening with my shirt? I don't know. Okay. Alrighty. I think I'm good to go. Art time. We've got that going. We've got the YouTubes. By the way, I have a YouTube channel for VODs and stuff. Or just additional viewing experience. I don't know. But yeah. I am gonna go back to regular thumbnailing, and then we'll pick one at the 2-hour mark, or halfway point, and then we're gonna paint on it. But yeah, this one, I like this one. It was fun. I could definitely do more painting on it. The perspective's a little wonky on the stairs. You know, some of the implied details don't really, they're just random brush marks. They don't really do anything. But yeah, I think overall it was nice. Why aren't you painting landscapes? How dare... I know I did the clickbait. Sarah, I can't resist a good clickbait stream. I caved. I did the thing. I don't know. I've been trying to have more fun with titles, just do stupid stuff, and I don't know. I think it's fun. I don't think the title really matters, though, to be honest. I don't think it affects anything on... No, actually it might. I don't know. But yeah, how are you, Sarah? Mimomo, glad you're doing well. I think I already said that. Folk you, hope you're doing well. All right. But yeah, time. Oh, I meant how dare because I'm already paying. Oh, gotcha. I thought you meant like how dare me is like, like use the overly clickbaity titles. Because I don't always do that. Normally I'm just like fantasy landscapes, and then I like list out very like methodically of what I do. Lovely color palette. Thanks. It's very green. It's very green and pink and stuff. Yeah, it was fun. But we're gonna do something else today. Right now I'm doing a flamingo-shaped pool donut. Ooh, so like that? Where like... Is it like a full donut, or is it just like a bendy straw? Or is it like the actual flamingo? Because there are, I think I've seen pool donuts that actually have the flamingo part. Like it's, I don't know what flamingos look like. Do they have ears? I don't know what flamingos look like. Like that kinda. But now I'm trying to think like. I feel like you could also just have like a more rigid... It's for an indie game I'm on. My art director designed this one. I'm just finalizing. Does the birds have ears? I mean, yes, but they're not visible. Yeah, I realized after the fact that putting an ear on this does not make it look like... It doesn't look like a bird, right? It looks like a dragon. Although, to be fair, a dragon pool floaty would be pretty cool, too. I feel like if I were a kid and I had a dragon pool floaty, I'd be way cooler than those flamingo floaty kids. Not that it's a competition, but... I mean, maybe it is when you're a kid. I don't know. Who has the cooler pool floaty? Anyway. As promised, I have been bearing annoying-ass art questions. Oh, great! Yes, they're not annoying, by the way, Ted. They are great art questions. I love... Yeah, I love them. Yeah, they're not annoying. And again, as always, there's a disclaimer. Anytime I answer a question, that is my perspective, yada yada. I am not a lawyer. No, just kidding. I'm not. I mean, that's not, yeah, you know what I mean. But anyway, no, it's always just my perspective and to the best of my ability. But don't take everything I say with like a, you know, if it work, if it like, if I can apply it and it works, then I'll keep doing it and I'll talk about it. But it's not like this is the only way. That's what I'm trying to say. All my disclaimers. I need like, please sign here before I say anything. No, not that I don't think I have any too controversial of art takes. I think it's pretty straightforward. I like the idea of a little bird pool mixed with a flamingo statue. A bird pool and a flamingo statue. Oh, like a thingy, like where the birds like a bird bath, like this, and then they have the little, thingy down here, and then ignore that, but that's not how you draw that. Like that, and then the birds sit like that, and then they drink the water. Except it's shaped like a flamingo, so what, you have like a flamingo head. I could see a bird bath shaped, and then maybe wings. Do flamingos have wings, but do they ever put them up like this? I don't know. When you said something has to give, made something really click and it just made sense. When you have time, could you maybe explain and demonstrate how you'd break down a certain reference? Sure, I could. Yeah, I can talk about references and how I would break it down. I think the important thing with references, like, it kind of depends on what you're using them for. So, like, just to use a random example, if I were drawing a flamingo pool floaty, if I might, it depends on what I'm wanting, right? I could just, in theory, if a flamingo pool floaty already exists, and my purpose is simply to, like, make one also, right? And it's just like to have a 3D model of it, I could just, copy it 1-to-1 or something, or pretty close to 1-to-1. But maybe flamingos and pool floaties don't exist and you have to like invent it. And so then you take the reference of a pool floaty, you're like, what does that even look like? How does it stitch together? And now you're more about like anatomy, and you're like, okay, well, how can I make a flamingo head? What does a flamingo head look like? Right? What are the forms? How does it fit on? Right? But then there's also stuff like maybe you have the design of the flamingo and the floaty, but you're using it purely for like a reference for material. So you bring up like a different material because maybe the material in the floaty is like a clear plastic and you want like an opaque thing that doesn't look so shiny, or maybe you want one that's more shiny. So sometimes you're focused just on like materials, sometimes you're doing sort of form type stuff, sometimes you're referencing, colors or composition. So to me, I feel like typically there's a main thing. I love that I provided a great yeah, I feel like it was, yeah, I don't know, I just thought it was funny. But I feel like typically for a reference, there's something that you're trying to get out of it, right? It could just be like another thing that I use references for sometimes is like things I wouldn't have thought of, right? That could be like, if you're painting a theme park, but you aren't really, you've only been to like one theme park in your life and you're painting a theme park, like maybe you'll find a ride or a booth or something that you hadn't thought of putting in, right? Maybe you like, oh, I forgot that, at some theme parks, there's, cotton candy or something, or, and you're like, oh, that's a good idea. I hadn't even thought of that because it's just in my theme park, they don't do that, right? Or, oh, there was really long wait lines to the restrooms. Maybe that's something you'd want to put in to like show the real, right? That's more in like the research realm where you're like, you're basically trying to get experiences that aren't your own. So you're using other people's references, or the Google, just a Google search. Like, that's a totally different way. You're not copying every person in the bathroom line, right? You're just, oh, sometimes there's lines to the restrooms. Let me include that in my art, right? So like that's another way you can use uh reference. And then there's also like overall mood or like texture types. This is another one I do sometimes, where like you have an image that looks nice and you kind of break it down for like compositional things, but also like how much detail, how, like sometimes stylistically even. So like, how does this artist put like, where do they put the details, how much of them? So it's basically anything that you can think of when you're drawing is also a thing you can think of when you look at a reference. And I feel like very rarely is it, I'm going to take the composition, the subject matter, the color palette, the mood, and the design all in the same thing and just transfer it one to my painting. That's very rare, right? Like, ooh, Sarah says, I have a plain April art. Nice. Yeah, not to use Sarah as just a springboard for random rants and conversations, but I think plain air or plain April, like when I did 1 day of plain April, which is basically just painting from Google Street View. But when you're doing that, for example, one of the big focuses isn't just copy the reference, but it's simplify it. It's take away all the nonsense that you don't need, right? Because in real life, there's a lot of random crap. Do I really need to paint every crack on the sidewalk? Well, of course not. But maybe I want to show some of them because I want to show the weathering of the sidewalk. So then I have to ask myself, like, where can I put a crack in the sidewalk to make it visually appealing, to show the mood? Do I want to make it feel organic, or do I want it to be the main focal point? That's kind of like, like there's choices you can make to how to simplify. Maybe there's a bunch of doors or windows, but they're so tiny, and so you want to just like zoom in and focus on one of them and exaggerate it or something, right? There's oftentimes choices you make to emphasize the thing that you're trying to show, right? So you could think of this as like your message, whatever your message is, you're exaggerating things to make your message more clear, right? That's how I think of it. And I'm sure everyone does it a little differently. I think Sarah does it extremely good, far better than I can do it. But yeah, it's like, and I think this is a good example. Like, well, I'm not gonna put Sarah's art on screen unless she wants me to, or unless, but yeah, if you look at Sarah's art, you can see how, like, if you were to paint that whole scene, what would have you focused on? Would you have zoomed in like she did? Probably not. You probably would have picked something else, maybe. But like, I can bet you if she would have drawn a more zoomed out version, she wouldn't have included the guy in the scene unless that was like a main focus, because it's just not that important. That's not what the focus was on, right? The focus was on the counter. It was on some of those floral patterns or leafy patterns. And again, she really focused in on those. They're bigger probably than than in the photo. Like there are things that the focus is on. Also, there's like a cake in there now, which I like. It adds to the vibe. Anyway. Hey, Casey, how's it going? Not to take too much of your time either, a Space Marine helmet or a clown monster from a game repo. I guess okay, I'm not quite sure what you're asking. When you're talking about like when reference, so I mean it depends on, again, it depends on what you're referencing for, right? What is the like if you're just trying to find a Space Marine helmet and you want, someone says, I want you to draw a Space Marine, well then just find a Space Marine helmet because that already exists, right? Hey Joe, doing good, just snacking and lurking like I do. Nice. Lego Bimo, hello. Oh, how would I tackle? I mean, it's the same way is sort of focus on form, right? So if a Space Marine helmet is vaguely, you know, maybe it's this shape, right? Where it's like, you know, I don't know how a Space Marine helmet is, but let's say it's the shape of a head, right? Or like armor, right? And so you have, you know, I'm just gonna draw like armor helmet because I don't know what a Space Marine helmet looks like, right? But if you were to have a helmet here, you might figure out, you know, like the general forms. Is it, maybe it's kind of squarish, right? Maybe you have kind of a square helmet, and that's a terrible way of blocking in. But I feel like when you're using references, generally if you're focused on like actually blocking it in, the focus should be on form, right? So three-dimensional form, you can think of it as, you know, big simple shape. Sometimes you know, depending on what you're doing, if it's in the same angle, you could focus on the silhouette first. So you could say, here's the silhouette of this helmet. And then you could say, you know, and then maybe you add some additional lines or lighting just to help block in the shapes, right? So if this were like a you know, like a knight helmet or something, it might just be, you know, I would start with the silhouette, and then you might do some sort of simple, what do you call it? Like light and shadow, right? You'd figure out the form. You'd say, here's the top of it. It's very shiny. It's hitting a lot of skylight or whatever. And then as you get downward, there's less light. And so, you know, you're kind of blocking out the form with that. But you know, don't be stubborn to the point where you're like, don't want to use lines, therefore I'm not going to use lines. If lines help, do lines. Right? Like, use lines wherever you want. I mean, sometimes, like, for example, contours I use all the time because they help me understand where I need to put this stuff, right? So, like, maybe, you know, if this is a line that cross-sections the thing, that's not a word, cross-sections? Maybe it is. But, like, I don't know. I'm not sure how to draw. I'm not looking at a reference right now. But the idea is, like, whatever, you're basically, you'd just be sculpting the form. If you wanted to draw without lines, you could think of it as sculpting, right? It'd be like if you have a chunk of clay in front of you, and you have the actual three-dimensional object in front of you, how would you replicate it? Yeah, lines are good. I mean, don't like not use lines because you're like, I don't use lines. Joe doesn't use lines, therefore why I don't want to use, like, using lines is great, like, right? Like, I use lines, but not all, like, it just depends on what I'm doing. I think anything that has to do with construction and you're really trying to get accuracy and you're like, this needs to be accurate, I think lines are great. But again, the lines aren't always just silhouette and just the physical things on the shape. Sometimes it's lines that you can't see, like contours, right? Just to help you understand the form, right? This is something that I think Casey does. I'm just using people in chat. I'm just picking people in chat who do this really well. Casey's a good example. Like when she's drawing animals who are very complex and they don't inherently have lines on them, right? She's drawing cross contours, she's adding like a gestural line. Like there's lines in her drawings that don't exist on the animal, right? Or she might draw a line, just some random line that's kind of a contour, but it's more like it's on the surface of the object, right? So if you have like a random blob, right? Like if here's a blob or something, hold on. Let's draw a random blob. There we go. Like, you know, she might make a line like, I'm trying to think how to, you know, how do I draw lines? Hold on, let's do a different blob. We'll make a fidget spinner blob. Right? Like, she might make lines that go around the form in a certain way where it's like, oh, look, this is, you can kind of start to tell that, like, this area is pinched in and these are round. Maybe this one has like a little indentation, like, right? Like that was a terrible example, but the idea is that you're adding things to help you understand it, but also the viewer understand it. Is it fair to think about it like if we're sculpting and create forms using values, like how would one create forms and shapes with lines? Yeah, I mean, it's similar. It's just if, for example, if I was going to draw a cube, right? and I wasn't gonna, here, let's see if I can do this with a proper, like, if I was gonna draw a cube, I could, now, I could start with just like, you know, I kind of already thought about it, like, here's one plane, here's another plane, right? And then there's going to be a top plane. Well, maybe I know ahead of time that two of these are going to be in shadow, one of them's going to be in light, so maybe I just start like this, right? But maybe I just start the whole thing as blocky. Sometimes I will start a little bit more methodical, and I might even say, okay, well, here's a cube. You know, this is a square shape. Maybe it's going to be like a tower. But I know that this isn't what squares look like in perspective, so I need to add on the other wall. So I'm still drawing, right? Like, I could just be using lines and I could fill it in, but I'm doing that all in one motion. But it's still the same thing. I still drew it to some effect, right? And then I need the top plane, and there, now I have a tower. Now, obviously, you can't tell what this is, right? Because it's just a shape. It could look like a 1, 2, 3, a six-sided shape. But this is where maybe I'll add a little bit of, you know, variance in here so that you can see the different planes or whatever. Asia, hello! There's not really a right or wrong way. It's less about how I'm doing it and more about, like, I am making choices, whether or not they are the right choices, but they are choices with a purpose, right? They're choices with, like, I want to show the form, so I'm going to block out the big shape first, then I'm going to start adding planes. Sometimes I'll add lines. It kind of depends, right? It's sort of like if you're trying to draw a square or like a brown, you know, like the food, a brownie, you know? If you're trying to draw I just failed to draw a square. If you're trying to draw a square, but then you want it to have rounded edges, this is something that some people find really difficult in it with lines, right? Because how do you show a rounded edge with lines? It's kind of hard, right? Do you just round your line art? Do you like well, no, now we're getting a corner here. Do I delete the line? Well, if so, where does this connect, right? Like, do I put a dotted line? How do I show that this corner is also round all the way around, right? I don't know how to do that well with lines. I don't use a lot of lines. If you have the tools and methods to show that this is a rounded corner, by all means, do whatever it takes. My method would just be to shade it, and then you could show that it's rounded by shading, right? Because that's a heck of a lot easier for me anyway, right? It's much easier to show that something's rounded because you can smooth the edges, and then in the other spots you can have hard edges. And so it's like, look, now the corner's rounded, right? So it just depends on, like, why am I doing it? There's no like right or wrong way, I don't think. That doesn't look rounded, right? So it kind of, I don't know, to me it's like I kind of have goals, right? This is why I always talk about art, like communication, right? You're trying to say something, which is, this is it. I would say it took me a few years after starting seriously practicing art to think in 3D more intuitively. Before that, I could still do a certain extent, but I had to think a lot harder about it every time. Yeah, like that's kind of, yeah. Everyone's gonna find it easier or more difficult depending on how much you've been doing it, how much you think a certain way. I mean, again, this is one of those, like, your brain is really weird and malleable and, or plastic, as they say, where, like, just because something is hard now doesn't, like, the more you do it, it's like you're making a path between different neurons or whatever, and each time you make that path, you're like carving in a line, not literally, but like that groove gets deeper and deeper, and it's easier to travel that path the more you do it. And if you've never thought about it, it's really hard, but eventually that it's like you've carved out a highway for yourself, and you can just do it without thinking, right? And so it's like there's nothing wrong with using tools or lines or whatever. I mean, I don't know, like, don't, again, it should, to me, it's more about what is the message, right? If your goal is to paint something in 3D, do what it takes to get that in 3D, right? If that means blocking it in because you find that easier, do that. If you find that you like to draw a lot of lines and really sketch things out, do that. If you want to do a combination, do that, right? I've just always found that values make it easier for me to show something because I don't have to get all the lines right so long as I get the big shapes of shadows and stuff right. Like, for example, in this, I kind of have this idea of like, okay, well, maybe there's like a pathway. There's sort of a ledge, so I'm making that ledge darker. Um, and so I'm kind of building it up. I don't know if that made sense. And then another few years after that, start drawing scenes in perspective with more intention, organic layout, rather than rigid perspective grids. Yeah. Oh, Casey says, uh, I kind of think a lot of artists draw or think sculpturally without thinking about it. It's just some people make that mental shift easier and earlier than I. Yeah, see, I think I made the mental shift fairly early because for whatever reason, I remember one of my. So I learned a few things very early on, and then I kind of like I enjoyed art, but I didn't really do anything with it. But I still had that knowledge sort of sitting in my brain as like the only art stuff I knew for years and years and years. And so I did in some way probably start to view the world through that lens a little bit. But like I remember I was in first grade, so first graders are what, 6 years old, 5 years old? Maybe I was a stupid sixth grader or fifth or first grader. Maybe I was six. I don't know. I think is it how old in the U.S. are first graders? Are they 6? Anyway, I was in first grade. I was homeschooled. My brother was in sixth grade, and he's 5 years older than me. That's why I know I was in first grade. And he had an art book. He had a sixth grade art book on his table. I was only homeschooled for like 1 year, so I wasn't really a homeschool kid. Just up until second grade, basically. But anyway, there was a book. It was an art book on the table, and I remember looking at the art book and seeing like little diagrams of like shading spheres and squares and cubes and cones and whatever, or like a cylinder probably. I don't remember exactly. I know for sure there was a cube and a sphere. But I remember looking at that, and I did probably the same type of shading that everybody does, which is just you take one edge of something. No, I remember. Okay, so I'm kind of, I don't know how accurate this story is, but I remember having seeing a cylinder, and I remember making the observation, or maybe I literally read it, that there was dark around here and it was light, and basically the edges got dark. Now, I don't think this is probably what it actually looked like. It probably looked like this, right? Knowing how people do illustrations. It probably looked something like this, with the light coming from one side, right? So, classic shading, right? Well, anyway, so I took this and I applied it to everything. I'm like, oh my gosh, it looks 3D. Look, I can paint it. I can draw in 3D. And so I would take something like a sphere and just add dark around the edges. And then it would get lighter and lighter into the middle. And I was like, I'm just gonna, or maybe I would do like the half moon, right? I would just take a half moon. And I would just make basically like a gradient. And everything was like this, right? I didn't even understand at this point that there was a light source, the direction of a light source. It was just take one edge, make it dark, and then everything gets a gradient lighter and lighter, right? That was how I did everything. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But I would say that was a shift pretty early on to start like thinking about shading, right? It was sort of my first moment where adding darkness and lightness to a thing can make it look 3D. Now again, did my drawings actually look 3D? No, they were terrible, right? If I had 10 objects in a scene, they were all lit the same way, but they were not consistent with the angle of the light, and it was just not good. But again, for little, 6-year-old me, I think it was pretty useful. But it got me thinking in terms of, how important shading is. So I never really went through a phase of super heavy line work. I always wanted to do shading. I thought shading was the coolest thing. My peers weren't shading. They were just drawing with lines. Like I was, patting myself on the back because look at me, I could shade. Shading, 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 greatest thing I've ever learned. But it was, I sucked at it, but like maybe that's one of the reasons why I feel like I like to paint this way is because maybe it has just kind of over the years of from starting from a young age, having it sit in my brain of like, oh, shading's important. And then, 20 years later, I finally pick up art and I try to want to learn it. And I hear people say values are important and values are shading, right? It's like, oh, I totally understand it. Not only do I understand it, I believe them. I want to apply it and I'm going to soak up, So it was just kind of like it in that sense it came intuitively because I've been sitting with that idea for 20 years. Right? So it's not like it was, again, there's nothing wrong with painting with or drawing with lines. I would have drawn with lines had that been easier to do things. So yeah, I don't know. That green piece without trees. Oh, this piece? It has some trees. There's some trees back here, but thanks. Okay, I've missed a lot of chat. I kind of think a lot of artist, drawer, sculpt. Oh, I already read that. I would say it took you a few years after starting to seriously practice art to think 3D more intuitively. You heard someone say in a way that it clicked for me, you're not understanding the forms you're seeing from the reference and drawing, or just copying what you see, or something. Yes, yeah, I think that's a big one, right? Is when you look at something, it's not just copying what you see. It's more of trying to understand the forms that you're seeing. Like you're still trying to make observations that are real, right? You're not just like applying what you know purely. Like you are trying to look at something and say like, oh, this is made up of cubes, and oh, I need to pay attention to those edges and pay attention to where the light's hitting, right? Sometimes you don't think about that stuff, right? You're not thinking about where light is, the forms, the light and the shadow, right? You're just thinking of like, oh, it's a, I don't know, it's a toaster or whatever, and you're just draw the things you see, but then there's like, you actually missed a lot of those like those rounded edges, that are hard to put with lines, right? Like I think a lot of people, if you know how toasters, I don't know, I'm using toaster example, I guess because it's a cube, right? Toasters are kind of cube-like, right? And then they have the slits in the top. One of those toasters with a little pop button that you push and it goes ding, and then it pops, the toast pops up. Anyway, if you're trying to draw one of these and you're beginning a beginner artist, well, one of the things about toasters is that they have these rounded edges, right? That I was talking about earlier, and those rounded edges can be really hard to draw if you're drawing with lines because again they don't have like distinct edges, right? Like it's not really like that. Like they're sort of a stylistic way of showing no edges with lines, right? Because the fact that there aren't these distinct corners, it's sort of this it's a hard thing to draw, right? So if you just ask a young artist to draw what you see, they're gonna really struggle with something like a toaster because how do you draw this, right? How do you draw these? Because they don't see these. These aren't lines. What are they even looking at, right? But if you tell them instead, pay attention to the forms, draw the primitive shapes, think about it in terms of 3D, maybe they can say, oh, it actually looks like a square, right? This is just, I know how to draw a square. And then they can put this in, and then now they're like 90% of the way to drawing the toaster, right? But like, there is an element of trying to look past what you see and see the actual forms, try to see the structure, right? This is a lot harder with something like a face when it has weird lighting because we have, these fleshy bits on us that make the form a little harder to tell, especially if the lighting's bad. But it's kind of all the same. Like, the goal isn't just like copy an image one-to-one, it's to understand the forms. Also, ignore my bad perspective. That's terrible. I don't know if that made sense. Yeah, draw what you see, to me, always meant to make sure you aren't making up anatomy or filling in gaps of your imagination, but studying what is Yeah, it's studying what's actually happening. But more importantly, I think, is to, with an emphasis on the structure, right? How it's actually constructed, how it's designed, how it's built, not the, like, yeah, it's not just like thinking you know what something looks like and drawing the, you know, the graphical representation, right? Like when people draw an eye and they're like, here's my eye, right? Or they draw a zipper or something and they're like, I'm just going to make a zigzag because that's what my brain thinks when it thinks of zipper. Like, if you want to actually make a zipper, and then I know it has a little thingy like this that, you know, a pull string. Like, that's not real, yeah, schema, yeah. Like, that's not really what a zipper looks like, and that's not really what an eye looks like. But so the idea of, like, you know, draw what you see, not what you know, isn't really, like, they're not really saying, though, just copy. What they're saying is pay attention to the form so that you're not falling back onto a schema, right? I don't know. There was just recently a Twitter, someone on Twitter or Blue Sky who basically was saying the same thing. He's like saying, you know, that common wisdom of don't draw what you know, draw what you see. He's like, I think that's kind of BS. He's like, because you do want to draw what you know. And I'm like, you know, you're not, because he's like, otherwise you'll just end up copying. I'm like, you know, I kind of agree with you. Like, I think that phrase, the draw what you see, not what you know, only works if you're actually trying to understand the form. If you're not, then you end up just copying, and now you're just copying what you see, not what you know, and you actually aren't learning anything necessarily. Yeah, exactly. Like, how do you, the goal is to know it, right? And so you do draw what you see so that you can know it, but you have to be drawing it in a way that you end up learning it. Otherwise, you're just copying and you're not learning, and then you're not really going to improve it from painting to painting. So it's this weird, like, the wisdom's not wrong, but I think it needs that little disclaimer that says, pay attention to form, or pay attention to the construction, you know, but then also draw what you see, right? So that you can learn the form. I don't know. I think it's tough. I feel like it's sort of a thing where it's one of those words of wisdom that's true, but it gets sort of twisted over time, and it becomes something that is not as clear. I don't know. You think that saying is inverted? No. It's not inverted. So I think the reason people say that is because a lot of beginners are purely drawing what they think they know, and they're basically drawing these schema, as Casey put it, right? They end up drawing a bad version of the thing because they never actually took the time to observe, right? So they're saying, no, your drawing is wrong. Look at what it actually looks like. Don't draw what you think it looks like. Draw what it actually looks like, right? So pay attention to it. That's where I think that's where that wisdom came from, is basically trying to steer beginners into actually observing when they're not observing. But again, it can also go a little too far to where you're just straight up copying and you're not thinking about it at all, what you know, and you're not learning anything from it. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? You can either draw only what you see and not think about it at all, just kind of mindlessly draw what you see, or you can draw you don't draw anything you see and only what you know, and what you know is very little and it's wrong, right? So, like, either way, you want to be somewhere in the middle where you do a little bit of both, right? It's like a yes and, right? Especially, I think, as you get better, you do more of both, right? So, for example, if you want to draw a face and the lighting is bad, you can kind of ignore what you're looking at and just draw what you know, because then you can, like, superimpose the structure and bring out edges that you can't actually see, right? You have the freedom to really push and pull your drawing. But on the other hand, if you don't know that stuff, the only way to learn it is to actually observe it, right? Or study from a textbook or something. So yeah, I think it's a tricky one because there's nuance. It depends on who you are, what you're doing, and why you're doing it. And I think trying to sum an entire concept up into like a tweet is not very good. Like that is it actually this is what inspired my rant the other day about how bad Twitter and Blue Sky are as platforms for actually communicating an idea. Like try to communicate that nuance in a tweet. That's really hard. I am not good enough with my words. And I hate it because people will repeat these little, soundbite things of like, oh, don't draw what you know, draw what you see. And it's like, and then artist says, but I've been doing that. Now I don't know anything. And you're like, oh, dang it. Anyway. Okay. I gotta catch back up. I think it's probably lost some of the brevity when the point was carefully observe what you see. Yeah. And even then, right, carefully observe what you see. Okay, well, what does that mean? Right? Like what do I see? What am I focusing on? Right? This is why I feel like having a little bit of like, and I know it gets repeated all the time, but you basically learn a little bit of the fundamentals, and then whatever you observe it through that lens. So you pay attention to the perspective, you pay attention to the form, you pay attention to the design, right? You pay attention to the things that you learn that are important, right? I don't know. That's how I do it. So many beginner artists will learn schema and never grow from that because they aren't studying as they draw. The gap is that they need to be explained that studying isn't the same as yeah, it's tough. I think it's a tough gap to bridge because it's really about how you're thinking about it, right? And I think you could watch someone draw for hours and hours on end and not understand what their brain is thinking about, right? And so even if they tell you, it might just kind of go in one ear and out the other because you're actually witnessing them. You think you understand what you're witnessing them do. I don't know if I've heard the term schema. I've usually heard it as drawing symbols. Yeah. I think that's how I originally heard it too, Sarah. But Casey has ranted a lot about schema, and yeah, I think I've also heard this term schema, but it just sounds too fancy for me, and so I just like to say symbols, or you're just drawing little symbols or icons or things that are representations of the real thing. They're simplified versions, but schema is a nice fancy word. Okay, I think I missed something. Color thumbnail. Okay, great. K-Reg. Pick a color for it. Okay, that's probably good because we've been ranting for 40 minutes and haven't really painted anything. Let's put some colors in here. Ooh, this is like a brownish yellow. It's not bad. I like these colors. It's harder to explain it. It's harder to explain it than to do it, and it is nowhere near as easy to do to begin with. There's no substitute for repetition. Yeah, I think so. It's tricky. The whole concept of like mental models and basically thinking about a thing in a particular way that is a good way to think about it or a good representation of the thing. I think that to me is like we're gonna no I'm just sitting here with my hands folded in my lap and not painting. This is a me problem. I could be painting while talking. I'm just not good at it. It's really hard. But no, this is one of those things that I really find fascinating about art is that this is such a big, I mean, arguably this is like the only hurdle, right? Is the difference between how Sarah paints something or how Casey paints something and how I paint something is probably a lot in part how we think about it, right? Like each of us will each pay attention to something slightly different, and those things are just like, again, if I could pay it, if I learned exactly in every way that Sarah learned something and paid exact, valued every single thing that she's valuing, you know, from what the focus is to how she's emphasizing it to how she's exaggerating a shape or what she's adding to add context to the scene. Like, there's choices in there, and it's not just like it's happening in her brain, right? It's her brain that is the thing that's doing it, and I will never know exactly what's happening in her brain when she draws. She can tell me to the best of her ability, but like that's the gap, right? That it's the skill gaps are like it's a brain thing, right? It's not some like just draw the line a lot and you'll magically start doing the same thing. No, it's you have to think about it, and sometimes that requires you to think about it in a different way, right? Or think about it in lots of different ways and try them all out and then pick the ones that are working, right? So like every time you draw something, try to do it in a different way. Try to think about something different. You know, maybe one drawing you're thinking about exaggerating shapes and colors, and the next you're thinking about pushing the values, or you're limiting your value range, or the next one you're really playing with composition, right? Every single drawing is, it's like you're taking a different perspective, right? You're taking it, you have the same destination, but you're going down a different road every time, right? And then you're finding the one that works best for you, or that gets you there the quickest, or not just the quickest, but the, you know, that's the most efficient or most best for whatever your goal is. And it's hard because so many people are just focused on get to the destination. They're like, well, tell me how to get there. Well, you need to know all the ways to get there, because you pivot and you change and you I don't know, it's tough. It's hard to explain this stuff because it's very, I don't know. Also, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Let's add some... Let's add some light. Some shadow. Is interesting because both those symbols are closer to pictorial writing system rather than art. They're more about the basic communication of an idea rather than aesthetic choices. Yeah. Sorry to get sucked into these conversations too easily. Sorry I get sucked into these... Oh, don't be sorry. I love them. It's really interesting to me also, is really tied into the whole talent versus skill conversation. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, to me, yeah, I think sometimes when people think of skills, right, they think of, like, again, using the weight analogies, like just pushing really hard and being like, why... Like, I pushed really hard and I can't lift the weight, but you can push really hard and you lifted the weight, therefore you must be talented. To me, you could still say, no, it's a skill issue. The skill is, like, in the taking the time to build the skill, or to build the muscles. So, like, maybe they're, you know, calling it a skill doesn't communicate the idea as well. Like, there's a third part, right? There's the physical skill, but then there's the mental skill, which is what we're talking about, kind of. And then there's, like, the... I don't know. It's a tough one, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think that it can be genetics. Like, I don't think there's ever a point, though, where, like, if you're the person struggling, I don't think you're ever in a position, or I'll use myself. If I struggle with something, let's say I'm trying, let's say I have a friend who's a professional, I don't know, pool player, right? They're billiards, all that. And they're like, no, try to do it this way. And I try it and I fail. And I'm like, oh, it just must be talent. It must be genetics that I can't do this thing. No, I am in no position, right? I have no room to talk or to even say that what I can't do is because of talent. It's a skill issue. Clearly I'm not understanding something, and clearly I haven't made that connection in my brain of what I'm supposed to be doing. But the fact that I'm trying really hard and failing isn't an indication that I'm incapable of doing it. It's just that I'm not getting something. And it's clearly something, the way that I'm viewing the problem is not correct, right? there's clearly something about it. And even if I can't say what it is, I don't think I am in a position to say that it must be something genetics. How can I possibly say that when I clearly don't understand the thing that I'm trying to do? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? You'd have to have some test, or I don't know. It's not that there isn't some other factor like genetics, but there's never a point where it's relevant to the conversation. Like maybe a teacher could say, "Hey, I have done everything I can possibly do, and you seemingly have done everything you can do. Therefore, maybe there is something that, like, you just can't, like, maybe you're a lost cause. Like, maybe there are cases where, it's fine to throw in the towel, and maybe you're convinced that it's not worth your effort, or maybe you don't enjoy it. That's fine. But I don't think you can ever say that, like, you could never do it. I feel like it's always a matter of, like, if you figure out the right, way to think about the problem, you'll solve it. I mean, I think everybody ever has run into this in math, for example, right? Where you're struggling to get a simple concept in math, and it seems like whatever you're doing, you just can't do it right. And then all of a sudden you get it right once, and you're like, oh, I get it now. Now I can do this type of problem. And then the very next problem you do sucks again, and it's hard. But, like, you got it, though, right? Like, you got that first problem you understood. And it's just a matter of how you thought about it. It wasn't... I don't know. I just don't think genetics comes into play. Comes into play in terms of how your physical and mental health plays into your ability to practice effectively and frequently. Yeah, but even then, there's still going to be there are more and less efficient ways to cope with those things and how you handle it. And, like, I feel like you have to love the thing enough to practice, and two, times three, luck, aka stumbling across the right resource. Yeah. I feel like that is especially true for some things. I feel like art, though, it's funny enough, Sarah. I feel like art is one of the things where that's the least true, is because there is so many different paths to quote unquote success in art of, like, what works. So, like, you may not have the same resources as me, but they're gonna be good in their own ways, right? Like, they might be different. You might learn something that I didn't know, but, like, you don't have to do exactly what I do. Whereas if you want to do, like, golf, right, it's kind of like one thing, right? Like, maybe there's different styles in golf of people who golf with different stylistic golfing techniques or whatever. I don't know. But, like, more or less, it's very, like, there's one goal and you either do it or you don't. With art, it's like maybe you have a weird thing where you just never had good resources to learn perspective. You just seem to struggle more. You don't have the patience for it. You hate perspective, so you're never going to stay interested. It doesn't mean that you can never be good at art. Like, perspective is just one part of it, right? Like, you can go down other roads. Or, if I'm painting with values and maybe you don't get the whole graphical painting and values thing, do line art. Like, there's plenty of other roads to take. So even if there was a roadblock that, for whatever reason, we conceded that you could never get over, you can kind of just go around it in art, right? Maybe that's not true in certain things. Like math, if you can't get, multiplication, then you just don't multiply. Like, no, you've got to multiply for math, right? Like, well, actually, probably not. There's probably areas in math that you could still do. But I feel like an art is one of those things, because it's so varied and there's so many different skills, and they're not, like, perspective is not even in the same realm, really, as color theory. Like, just because you struggle with color theory doesn't mean you can't get perspective, or just because you can't get perspective doesn't mean you can't get color theory. Like, they're so different. Like, your brain's not even thinking about things in the same way half the time, right? Storytelling is different from another, like, they're just different. So I feel like art is one of those where, even if, talent came into play, art is one of the things where it's the least relevant. which is odd because it seems to be the thing that people use as the excuse the most. And so I think that's why I get pissed off. It makes me a little. Can you tell this topic gets me going a little bit? Who would have thought, you know? I don't think anyone can become really good at something. Yeah, I agree with you, Sarah. I don't think you can become really good at something you don't love. Because, like you've talked about before, being an artist means constantly looking at the world through the lens of how could it be applied to art. Just looking at. I will say though, and this is from my experience as well, as just like general knowledge of how people brains tend to work. Um, your interest in things can also change. So like you might really want to do art because you just want to make money and maybe you don't actually like drawing, but as you learn about art and you learn about how to communicate with images or whatever, you start to sort of have a deeper appreciation for it, and then you can literally just like fall in love with it, right? To where the point where you are obsessed and you are thinking about it everywhere. So just because it doesn't start that way doesn't mean that you won't get there. Like, right? Like I don't think there's ever a point where you can say I don't have what it takes. I don't love it. Like I think I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but my interests change all the time, right? Like could I have ever been a great rock musician? I don't love rock, but wait, I did as a kid. I loved it as a kid, right? Would that mean that if I started playing it, my passion for rock music would have climbed and climbed? Maybe, right? And it could have gotten to the point where I'm obsessed with it and I'm ingrained in the culture and everything. But I'm not that way anymore. But or maybe I really took, I was like, classical music is the only thing that's important. And maybe I hated classical as a kid. And maybe as I start to listen to it or play it, I'm like, oh, this thing is really cool. I really have an appreciation for this. And then pretty soon you become like an art snob where the only type of music that's good is classical or something, right? Like, I don't know, but like your interest in things changes as you learn too. So it's tricky to say like you've got to love the thing from the start. Like sometimes you grow to love a thing and that happens as you learn more about it and it can be really tricky. um I think there's not really ever a point where you can completely discount it because people change, our brains change as you learn things. They can do things that you could never do before, right? You might really struggle. Maybe you hate art because you suck at it. And I'm no, I'm that's a little bit flippant, I guess, to say, but like sometimes you learn a thing and then you take off like wildfire because all you needed was that one, you learn perspective and now you just love drawing stuff in 3 dimensions, right? But you struggled with perspective up to a point and then you learned it and then you could continue on and then it was fun suddenly because now you felt like you were making progress. Or like there's so many factors into what makes you like or not like something, and it can change seemingly on a whim for some people. I think if you say that I don't like this, you're probably not ever going to like it, right? Like this is one of those things with like those personality tests and those the fake ones like the Myers-Briggs or whatever, where like one of the issues is that people will stick themselves in a box and say this is who I am. I am not a people person. And then they're like, "Oh, would you like to go to a party?" "Sorry, I'm not a people person. I don't talk to people." And then you never get the experience of like doing the thing and you'll never get better at it and you'll never end up liking it, right? I'm not saying that you have to do that. Like I think you can be aware of how you are currently but also be open to doing things in the future. I think sticking yourself in a box too much can really um it can make it hard to grow outside of that. And I think that's one of the things people also do with skills where like I'm not a math person. Well, yeah, now you're not because you're never going to allow yourself to enjoy it or to struggle and learn because you've convinced yourself that you're not a math person, right? I think anyone could learn to be a math person. Am I a math person? Not really. I kind of like the ideas, but I don't really enjoy doing math. but I think if I got better at it, I absolutely could, right? I think I could be a math person. I think I could be I mean, one of the things that I constantly will say is like anything to do with forms and technical, reading documents and doing taxes. I think there's a universe where I could be obsessed with like documentation and being like a tax person. Like I could totally learn that. I could learn it to the point where it becomes easy, second nature. I understand the systems and they're interesting to me. Like I think I could grow to like something, and that, I guess that's sort of my philosophy on it, is like I think I could grow to pretty much like anything. Now, that doesn't mean I want to put the energy in to try to like everything, because is it worth it? But yeah, I don't know. And I feel like with art it's tricky, because art, like, to say that someone doesn't like art, I feel like it is almost a very, I mean, again, nobody needs to like art, but it feels like a very narrow thing. I don't know. Okay, I ranted myself into confusion. Ronald P. Maxwell, welcome Raiders. How's it going? Hopefully my internet doesn't crash today. It died last time. Oh yeah, I'm not getting into epigenetics. I don't know enough about it, but yeah, it seems like an interesting thing. Talked about, I don't think I really talked about spiritualism. I don't really like going on those topics. And I wouldn't call epigenetics spiritualism, right? Yeah, I feel like, I don't know why, but Tigre, when you say that, I feel like maybe I'm not understanding what epigenetics is, but I feel like that's not quite it. Maybe I'm wrong. But I do think in terms of like, I think Tiger's replying to your comment how some people believe in generational talent as like a spiritual connect. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. Because yeah, epigenetics is a thing, but it's not quite. I don't think it's quite that. And in fact, I think there's also lots of explanations for like why kids, in particular, tend to be good at the skills that their parents are good at. And a lot of it, I think, is what I was just talking about, is sort of the way you think about the skill, right? If you grow up in an environment where you're surrounded by literal professionals who have professional friends who talk in a way and think about the things they talk about, the things they think about, the things they focus on, their brain is already working in a way that is clearly compatible with being good with the skill. And so you pick that up. You pick up, the types of problems and the way that your parents solve them, and now you're already thinking along a certain way of solving problems, and now you try their skill, and guess what? You solve the problems the same way they solve them. And they're really good at that skill, right? Like, if I try to solve a problem, I'm going to solve it like an artist, right? Or like how I would solve a problem in art. Like, kind of. I mean, I don't really feel like that. Like, there's a huge correlation with I mean, and it's not just genetics, right? It's also, there's tons of natural experiments with like people who are adopted, and if the person adopting you is a professional chess teacher, then you are very likely to learn chess better than your peers. And like Hikaru Nakamura, guess what? His father, his, I think, adopted father, or his stepfather, it wasn't his biological father. He was a high-level chess teacher. Guess who got private tutors from age 2 onward? Like, talk about a setup. Guess what? Hikaru Nakamura is like second best chess player in existence or something. Like, or maybe not. He's up there, right? Like, especially in quick formats. Like, do I think there's a genetic component? Maybe, but like, it's very clear you can't ever say how much of it is that when it's so clear that those early things are a significant boost. And again, like what, I don't believe in nature for 95% of things. Occam's razor suggests upbringing life for most things. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a genetic component to everything, right? We are biological beings, right? We are not, for example, the difference between us and say a dog is pretty stark, right? We don't have like there are clearly things in dogs' natures, right? There's clearly things in human nature that we do. And but the difference between I don't yeah, I just don't think it's a like everybody is a human, right? We're all like whatever things make us us is like anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I do, or I know what I'm trying to say. I don't know how to say it. A dog's. I don't know how I said. Yeah, I guess the point that I'm getting at is like, obviously genetics are a part of it, right? They're part of the reason we're social is genetics. Part of the reason we do different things is genetics. But the difference between humans, right, between me and you, to say that difference is mostly genetic seems weird, and it just feels like it feels like focusing on genetics is just almost always is just an excuse to say like, oh, I can't do this. Or it feels like a God of the Gaps argument where like, I don't know what this is, or I don't know why I can't solve it. Therefore, I must not be genetically right to solve it, right? I must not be... It feels like the using genetics and that in art or like in talent, it just feels like it's sort of you're inserting anywhere that there's an unknown or that you feel like you are different or you struggle or maybe you're not quite up to where other people are. You're like, well, that's probably just genetics. That little thing I don't understand. And then we're like, well, actually, we can prove that this particular case isn't. Well, this other one probably is. And it's like every time somebody doesn't understand something or that they struggle to learn, they say, well, that part is genetics. I'm just not the art person. Right? I can't learn this. And then they do it. We're like, well, I learned slower or something. Right? Like people keep pushing it, and it's yeah, it just feels like an easy scapegoat, and I don't like that. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's just it doesn't affect the artist's decision making, right? Like, I don't think somebody who's struggling with something is the right person to say why they're not struggling with it or why they're struggling with it. Because if you have to understand the problem well enough to even know if you're doing the right thing, right? Like, I'm trying to think of an analogy, but it's like there's a barrier, right? It's like there's a curtain up, and you're on one side of the curtain, and the problem is on the other side of the curtain, and you can only see on one side of the curtain. Once you've moved over to the other side, you can never see back into your brain when you're in this side, right? So it's like, you can't stand on one side and say, I don't have what it takes to solve this problem. Maybe you do. And then once you move over there, you're like, well, okay, I've got it, but how can I tell this other person that they have what it takes? From their perspective, they don't, right? They're like, I don't have what it takes. I can't do it, right? Well, I don't think the person on this side of the curtain can tell you if they have what it takes to solve the problem when they don't understand the problem, right? You have to understand the problem to be able to say if you have what it takes. And so there's this problem with, like, you can't peer into, you'd have to be like, you'd have to have somebody who is completely objective, be able to understand the problem, and to peer into the person's brain and understand them well enough to know if they have what it takes. And then you'd have to convince them, like, it's just not realistic. So I just think from this person's perspective, there's no point where they can say, I can't do it. I think it's fine to say, I don't want to do it. This problem is too hard. I don't know, I seem to be wasting my time. I'm better off spent other places. That's fair, right? I think it's fine to throw in the towel. you don't have to just be stubborn and bash your head against a stone wall until hopefully it breaks. Like, you know, not everybody needs to try to be a great artist or whatever, but to proclaim that you don't have what it takes because you tried, I don't think is a ever a thing, that a conclusion you can come to. Because it's, again, it's like a, I mean, there's countless psychology experiments where you basically put people against problems they can't solve, and there's just a solution, and like they will never know if solvable or unsolvable. I mean, math is full of these, right? Where you literally have unsolved problems, and sometimes we just don't even know if there is a solution. No one can proclaim there is no solution. How can you? We know. We don't know. And, you know, luckily most mathematicians are good enough at logic that they understand that just because they can't come up with a solution, that they can't proclaim there isn't one. But like, for the time being, it's unknown because you just, I don't know. It's tricky. It's a tricky problem. Anyway, what am I painting? I've been painting for over an hour and I haven't done anything. We might have to bring back some thumbnails from previous streams. Jed talks are the best. Jed rants. I just wanted to add a little piece of knowledge in. I'm saying on a basic level before those connections build up over time. Wait, I'm reading these comments backwards. Sarah says, I think you're giving too much credit to the nature crowd. I think 90%. It's still holding on so strong because sexists refuse to let it go because it helps their defense. Like how people say climate change would happen anyway. Yes, to a certain extent, not to this extent. Oh, hold on. Let me go back. Oh, the argument nature versus nurture is such a back and forth argument that has a clearly defined answer. Never be fully settled. Yeah, even athletics, which are arguably more impacted by genetics more than most professions, is still largely a skill built on practice and technique. Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of us athletics, the reason they are a genetic thing is because of arbitrary limitations we've put, right? Art oftentimes don't have these, right? With basketball, the hoop is set at a certain height, right? If you were to lower that height to ground level, suddenly the ideal basketball player would be much shorter, right? Because they would be able to reach the hoop better, and you'd have little kids being the best, right? Like there's or like hurdles, right? There is an optimal height for hurdle because of stride length, how far away they are apart. Like sports have a lot of arbitrary things that make certain body types better, right? Long distance run, or if you doubled the height of a hoop of the basketball player, maybe if you made it so high that hardly anyone could throw it in, maybe height would be even less of a factor, or maybe more. I don't know. But yeah, I think sports has a lot of these arbitrary things. I mean, even like piano playing, right, with how far the fingers are apart, right? That is art, but there's still a physical component to it that is, you could make the keys twice as thick, right? You could make the keys more narrow for a piano. There's no reason you couldn't do it. It's just we happen to have keys that are a certain distance apart, and like, it just, there's a lot of these physical constraints on sports, on even in some arts. And so yeah, sometimes there is going to be a genetic component of like, hurdle runners, there's an optimal stride length and height, and how high your hips are off the ground, because that's, you want to be able to, like, you don't want to have to jump over the hurdles because then you're in the air and it slows you down, but you want to be able to like basically glide over them while keeping your body straight. Like, so you want to basically be running over them. You don't want to have to jump, but you don't want to have to like, be too high or whatever. Like, anyway, there's like a lot of sports have these sort of arbitrary things. Art doesn't really have that, right? Like if something isn't working for you, do something else, because you get to make that choice in art. Like, that's the beauty of it, right? There is no win-lose. There is no, the golf hole is this far away from where you start. Like, you don't have that requirement, right? In art, it's like, do your own thing. And there's still some rules, kind of, because there's some, like, I mean, there are some. I'm not claiming art is free of all arbitrary rules, and it's not, there's also some non-arbitrary rules, like, basics of how people's brains works and understand information. But by and large, like, art is one of the safest, I think, in terms of, like, free from sort of claims that genetics plays a role. So, like, I'm not even saying that genetics don't matter. I'm just saying, in all the things that they matter in, they matter even less in art. So yeah, I don't know. It bugs me a little bit, the whole conversation, because it feels like it's a distraction from real issues of, like, what the problems are. So that's kind of my take on it. It's just not worth. I mean, I think it's a fun philosophical. Oh God, did I just disconnect? No, I'm still here. I think it's a fun philosophical problem, or even a scientific problem in some cases. I think it's good to study, but from the artist's perspective, it's just not that useful. I don't know. That's my hot take. I think small issues, questions are still important. Yeah, they are. They are. I just don't think they're important for the artist to have a decision on, right? I don't think you or I need to have a stance on that issue. It's an important question for knowledge's sake. It's an important question to research scientifically or philosophically, but I am not using that, and I don't think I will ever be able to use it in my decision making because of where I am and what information I have. Right? What is the issue? We were talking about, like, the whole, like, nature versus nurture talent thing, and, like, obviously genetics exist and they affect things, but, like, I don't think there's a point. I don't think there's a point where you can say, I am not talented enough. I will never know what I have to solve this problem, because the fact is, you don't understand what it takes to solve the problem until you've solved it, and so you are never in a position to say if your brain is capable. Also, the fact that, like, with muscles, right, they get stronger over time, and so, like, you can't say, I cannot lift this weight because I've tried really hard. Well, what does that mean? You're just not strong enough. Like, you've got to give it time. So how do you know if over time, with muscles you can't see, are ever going to be strong enough when you don't even know if you're building the muscles at all, right? Like, it's like having muscles that never look different, right? The only thing you know is that you keep lifting weights and you seemingly aren't getting stronger. And you're like, what's happening? What am I doing wrong? Well, it turns out, like, maybe all sorts of things, like, who knows? But you can't make that call, I feel like. At least not with, I don't know. Anyway, that's the summary of what we were talking about. Even as an artist, it's really hard to envision your future. When I was starting, I had no idea I was going to be. Wait. I had no idea I was going to get where I am now. Yeah, and, like, I think that's one of the things that you learn as you start to do art to any high level. And I'm not claiming that I'm there yet, really. But, like, you learn that it's. You learn to pivot, right? You learn to take in new information, and you learn to kind of, like, maybe you find out that the whole design thing, like, you're liking it and you're good at it, but maybe you stumble on another, avenue that is a little easier or a little more fun, or maybe there's a higher demand, and so you start doing that, and then you kind of go down that rabbit hole, and before long you're doing like, you know, creature design, or maybe you're doing sound design for environment. You know, maybe you're doing like what do they call them? I don't know what those people who make. I know there's a word for it. I can't think of it anyway. But maybe you're doing like the sounds for, you know, the footsteps of like an environment, environmental sounds and stuff that people make, right? Like it's hard to know, and I think the best artists are open to trying things and pivoting, and so it's really easy to look at that artist who, you know, who went down this super complicated path and be like, well, of course you're good at it. You know, you just have it all figured out and you're talented. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, I tried so, you know, like, you tried, this person tried so many things, they went so many dead ends, and yes, they ended up somewhere that was really good for them. But they also gained tons of experience along the way. They pivoted and went backwards in places. They had a lot of help. Like, there's a lot of luck. There's a lot of like, you can't just summarize it and say, oh, it worked, you know, like how, and so if you're back here, you can't say that, oh, I don't have what it takes to do that. Well, maybe, but like, that's not how that person got there. This reminds me of doing a study of a color study, right? Where you do a color study and you just try to pick the colors that are in the image without trying to understand why they're in the image in the first place, right? And it's like, well, that's not how artists paint. Artists don't just paint by picking the perfect color right from the start and then put that on the canvas and pick the next perfect color. Like there's a process that they get to the color. And you can't just circumvent all that and then be like, oh, well, I can't do that. Anyway, I am ranting. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. How's everyone doing today? Oh, hope you're all good. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know if it's nature versus nurture. I mean, both, right? Both and is the answer. But like, only one of them you can do anything about. So it's both, but you can only do something about one of them. So focus on what you can do, not what you can't, you know. It's so hard because you don't see all the fundamentals and knowledge that good artists have, like where we just see Joe painting random colors and it looks good. I mean, this doesn't look good. Are you kidding me? Nothing on my canvas right now looks good. But I appreciate the kind words. Nothing here is even remotely good. But thanks. I will try to paint some stuff that looks okay though. Because I am realizing that I've been doing way more ranting than talking. You think the blue-orange one is pretty? This one? Thanks. What is 7 supposed to be? See? Exactly. You don't know. I don't know. Some sort of building or something? Maybe there's a building here. I don't know what it is. It's just shapes. Shapes and stuff. Shapes and stuff. I don't know. I'm just moving color around, having fun. It is what it is. Don't worry about it. I had a very long comment on that winding path. I'll just say, yeah, this. Wait, on this winding path? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just... Yeah, I mean, it's super complex. I like the topic. In fact, I was talking about, you know, these questions are great for philosophy or science. And these are things where I actually really like these questions. I just don't think they're relevant to me making a choice, right? Like, which is rare because normally I'm very much an advocate of, anything and everything you learn can be applied to art. Well, I kind of don't think, I mean, I guess I am applying it to art in that my conclusion is that you can't apply it. So like I'm maybe my natural intuition is to apply it, and so I'm saying, well, I've learned stuff that says that I shouldn't apply it. Therefore, that's how I'm using it, right? Where I think the natural intuition of people is to say, I can't do this or something. And so I'm kind of trying to fight against that and basically saying, like, I don't think you can make that call. I think you can do it. I think anyone can learn to draw, barring a few extreme cases and very specific things. But even then, depends on how you're defining drawing and what we're talking about exactly. And yeah. Ooh, a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Perfect. This will be good because I need to do something. Okay, let's slap in some colors. Come for the art, stay for the Jed Talks. I am convinced this is the stream's tagline. Ooh, it's so pretty. Love to. Thanks. Yeah, it kind of popped into existence. You love the toaster. Toaster confirmed. Sarah's favorite. Little happy toaster. Here we go. Okay, let me turn on the timer real quick. Make toaster the 5-minute sketch. Kitchen scene. Go. No, I'm not doing a kitchen scene. I could do a kitchen scene. Not in 5 minutes though. Anything that are like best art so far. Thanks. I worked real hard on it. What's happening? Oh, here. Hopefully my internet doesn't crash. Last stream I had an internet bloop. It was about at the 2-hour mark. I don't know if it was an overheat. I think it might be my modem overheating somehow, and it's like it kills my internet momentarily, and then it has to do like a full reset. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but it's been happening a bit. So yeah, let's do something like this. Some big overhang. Maybe we'll do an interior. Maybe not a kitchen, but we'll do an interior of some sort. Maybe some blue light coming in here. Should probably put some yellow light too. Some yellow light over here. I mean, it doesn't have to be an interior. But I don't know. It could be. Also, this song that's playing sounds very like anthem-y. Sounds like a national anthem or something. I don't know. Sounds very like patriotic or something. I don't know. It's weird. Not sure I like it. Maybe there's some light on these. Maybe some here. I don't know. I'm not sure I like this. 2 minutes left? What am I doing here? You guys convinced me to do a character with this toaster in your book. Which is a toaster in your... Oh, do it. Yeah, do a toaster character. Okay, you know what? I'm going to change this. This is no longer an interior. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's an interior, but it's like in a giant cave. When in doubt, add a toaster. Sure. A good advice. You're charmed by the toaster discussion? Yeah, I drew it. Oh, I covered up the toaster. Rest in peace. Maybe there's like a tower here, a building, a castle. It's like a castle, but inside of a I don't know, a dome. Almost like there's a, I don't know quite what it is. This must be the interior of the toaster. Ah, yes, that's what this is. This is the interior of the toaster. We've got all these, what do you call it? Things. Got all these things in the toaster. Off in the distance. Palace toast. Yeah, it's like an interior of a palace toaster. Yeah, we've case closed. We've solved it. It's like a, no, maybe it's like a giant cavern. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But it's kind of fun. Sometimes stuff like this will give me ideas for future paintings, even if I'm not thrilled about what's going on here. But yeah, there's something. Ellie says, I once for real had to do a presentation for a school project on a toaster, so my friend and I looked at the toaster and tried to deduct his qualities from that. Amazing. Toaster Strudel, hello! I didn't even see you pop in. I love that we're talking about toasters. I am charmed by all this toaster discussion. Yeah, I would imagine. I didn't even realize you were here. I mean, not that... I guess that was the first time you talked today. But yeah. Toaster Strudel says, hi. hope you're doing well. Okay, so there's that. Let's turn this off for now. You know, we're making okay progress. I mean, we did rant for a long time. People in here. People in here. I know. I appreciate you. Also, we got rated earlier, and I didn't ask for art tax, or if I did, I missed it. Art tax. Who rated? I'm so sorry. It was Ronald P. Maxwell. Ronald P. Maxwell rated like an hour ago. I don't think you're still here, probably. I'm sure you ran off to go get food. But Ronald, so for those who don't know, Ronald is awesome. He does a world building project. He does a lot of, yeah, world building. He has all these like biomes, and every time he does a painting, he kind of fits it into this existing project. It's super cool. That was, oh, he sent his piece. Oh, hold on. Here it is. Okay, check out Ronald's stuff. Ronald is awesome. Yeah, this is a little late. He's probably already left and realized that how rude I am of not giving him a shout out and all that. So I will shout out Ronald. Is it all one word? Ronald P. Maxwell? Yeah, Ronald P. Maxwell. Okay. But yeah, this is Ronald's art. He's awesome. He has these like locations and roles and like different races and characters and stuff. And he basically adds every time he does a painting, he adds it sort of to his compendium of his world, and they have like certain graphical motifs and magic powers and styles and cultures. It's very cool. It's one of the most inspiring uh long-term like world building projects I've seen. It's very cool. I'm always a little jealous that I'm not doing this, but it is neat. Also, I really like this character. I like the colors. I like all the browns and the reds and the oranges. Very autumny feeling. And then, of course, the big animal skull. That's cool. I like how it's very stylized, and that's awesome. Very neat. This is cool. Thank you, Ronald, for sharing. I know you're probably not here anymore because you probably ran away, but that's okay. It's understandable after a stream. Okay. Some of us just be lurking and cooking. Nice. What you cooking? I ask as you're cooking. Like, things are burning in the background. Casey's like, just, I don't know what she's cooking, but I just imagine, smoke alarms going off, oven is on fire, there's, things boiling on the stove or whatever, and I'm like, oh, what you cooking? Just like asking all these questions, and she can't actually do the cooking because there's, yeah, just distractions. Trying to multitask too hard. Honestly, valid. I just left it all to come over here and tell you it's curry. Okay. Your burnt curry. Curry is delicious. Thanks for setting my kitchen on fire, Joe. Jeez, I know. I personally decided that if I ever needed to check if a fire alarm is working, I'm just gonna cook. Oh no. Oh no. Whoa, number 2 looks great. Is it a cave? Maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. I think today is I don't like saying it, but I don't think today is the greatest art day for me. I'm kind of not feeling it, but I'm still happy to be drawing or happy to be painting. I am having fun, but I think I feel like my mind is jumping all over the place, and it's not staying focused as well as it could be. And so I'm not doing a very good job at it. It's a skill issue basically. But yeah. Sometimes it's like that. It is. Sometimes it is like that. And I don't mind it. Some days are like that. I think as long as you have sort of like I can still say, "Hey, I'm having fun. I'm pushing colors around. I'm playing around with stuff." Does it need to be a masterpiece? No. Like it can still be a fun day of painting, even if the quality isn't going to be the greatest. Um or like even if I don't do anything that I think is very interesting. And that's okay. Not everything has to be, great. Not every day. And again, I think if I really needed to, I could, turn off stream and paint and focus and take a break, go for a walk. Like I could do things to get me more back in it, but it's not that important. I mean, but also who knows? Maybe I'll do something and I'll hit on something that I think is just really working, and then before long I will be painting the painting that I'm next gonna finish. So again, I don't want to discount it because maybe I just needed to take a moment to do some less than great doodles. That's actually something that I probably am not great at, is sort of forcing myself just to spend time doing the thing, even if I'm feeling like it's not working. And I think that's probably why a lot of my paintings, I mean, I think when like with detailing, right, I oftentimes don't like it. I'm not enjoying it that much. But I actually do find that if I just dump time into it, it actually does look better. It's just a matter of doing it sometimes, and it's tricky because, you know, mostly I just paint because I'm enjoying it or because I want to, and if I'm not feeling it, then I'll just take a break. But there are some times where it's like, you know, maybe I should just suck it up and do the thing anyway. And so, yeah, especially if you're like getting paid to do it, then of course you really have to do that. But yeah, there's a little forest scene. Okay, now what? You know what? You know what might reset our mind a little bit? The daily connections and Wordle. I'm gonna do that in like 15 minutes. Actually, I might have been spoiled on the Wordle. Um, I might have spoiled the Wordle for myself. Kind of the same thing as last time. A friend was doing Wordle on by screen sharing yesterday, and I thought it was yesterday's Wordle, but come to think of it, it might have been today's because they're in a different time zone, and it was, or I think it might have been over midnight. Because I then tried to do the Wordle for myself yesterday, and I used what I thought was the answer from the word. Well, I didn't use it at start. I wanted to make sure I only got it in 2 or 3. I didn't want to get it in 1 because I've never had a Wordle in 1, and so I don't want to like cheat for that. That'd be stupid. So I tried to get it in like 3, but it turns out it wasn't the word, and so I just had to solve it like normal. And I'm like, wait, that must have been today's. So I think I know today's word. I don't actually remember it, but I think, I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out if I know the answer. I'm excited to get back to original environments after Plain April. Sarah, I admire your persistence with Plain April. You've been doing every single day, right? You've been doing, or have you been doing them in batches? Like, have you actually been doing one a day, or have you been doing like 4 every 4 days or something? How have you been doing that? And also, Plain April is amazing. If you guys don't hear, I feel like I need to link Sarah's art. Well, here's her art. Um, have you been posting them all on ArtStation or not? You've been posting them on Blue Sky, right? Oh, or on Twitter. I don't know if you use Blue Sky or Twitter or both. Explore. I have actually no idea. But anyway, you should totally link your socials so people can check out all of your Plain Aprils because they're amazing and they're inspiring. And I think you do a great job at taking what's in the reference, deciding what's important and what looks like what's the thing you actually want to focus on, and then pushing that element, right? Pushing the colors, pushing the design, pushing the composition, whatever it is, right? Removing all the random crap that isn't important. I feel like you are a really good example of someone who does that well. And then of course you have like the nice graphical shapy stuff with like very hard edges, which I think is just a super nice aesthetic. It forces you to hone in on what's important. Yeah. Do you okay, I got a maybe a philosophical question for you. Maybe it's not philosophical. Do you find that painting them fast, like, is this a cart before the horse situation? Like, do you find that painting them fast forces you to focus on what's important? Or is it because you're focusing on what's important that you're able to paint them fast? Because, like, whenever I hear people talk about, like, oh, just put a timer and you'll figure it out how what's important. Really? Like, I don't know if that's true. Like, sometimes I feel like just because you're under pressure, if you don't know how to do it quickly, you might come across the solution, but you also might just crash and burn and not figure it out. You know, like, just because you're under time pressure. Whereas if you know what you're supposed to focus on and you're under time pressure, then you can use that to your advantage. Like, oh, now I've really got to focus on. So I'm always a little curious because like I get that you know what to focus on, and I know that you know how to simplify and focus on the important stuff, and so you're able to do it quickly. But like I feel like you always do that. Maybe I'm wrong because I feel like you can just see it. I find that the pressure just makes me rush. Yeah, same, kind of same. I mean, not so much anymore because I do understand the tools to use to simplify. But like especially in non-art tasks, I'm not inherently better. Like I don't know. It's a tricky. I think it's a tricky one. Okay, Sarah says. Also, I've done a range of times. The shortest I think was 23 minutes. The longest was over 4 hours. The longer ones I can focus more on technique and rendering texture. Okay. Toaster Strudel says, if I want to determine what's important to focus on, I need to have the time to actually figure that out. Yeah, so that's my experience, especially with like chess and knowing how chess players play speed chess. Like you don't typically get better at speed chess by playing faster. You get better by slowing down, focusing on what's important, and then you take those lessons and then you apply them to your quick games of chess, and now you're playing better, right? Because you're but the learning kind of happened in the slow format, right? So it's like it's easy to say, oh, you know you want to be good at playing fast, play fast, but not really. Like 'cause there's a lot of complicated things you're doing that you are only going to learn if you actually allow yourself the time to learn. And so it's sort of this like it feels like a cart before the horse sort of situation where like just put a timer on and you'll do better, but I don't I'm I mean I know that some of that is true, right? Like sometimes especially if you want the person to learn for themselves and like, you know, just put yourselves under these constraints and then figure it out and like that will be the solution they come to. Um but I feel like you still need that prerequisite of like these are the things you focus on. And so, yeah, a lot of people do say that that speeding up helps them though, helps them stay focused on what's important because they can't afford to not focus on what's important. But I still get the sense that they already knew what was important ahead of time, and so it was more of just like now they're just applying it under pressure. Slowing down and speeding up can both be helpful. Yeah, that's true. Good point. They can both be helpful depending on what where you're stuck. Yeah. That's a good point. It's almost always a yes and thing, right? Like, yep, that and also the other thing. You maybe do know ahead of time, but it can help you commit. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That's kind of, I mean, I kind of was hoping that that's what you would say because I was like, I just, sometimes I hear that sort of advice, especially with like gesture drawing. Oh, just set a timer for 2 minutes and you'll be forced to you know, simplify. If you want it to look good, yes, you'll be forced to simplify. But a beginner isn't going to be forced to simplify in the sense that like they know that that's necessarily what they have to do. Like they're just going to be trying to draw fast and it's going to suck and they're going to get frustrated because they don't know how to simplify because they haven't learned it yet. And now you're trying to make them learn under time pressure instead of allow them that the time. And it's like it's art. I feel like learning art is so hard because you kind of want to do everything, right? They're so broad and there's so many little skills and like you want to do all of it. I don't know. And lately I've made this point last stream, I'm going to make it again. I've been really into watching like some skateboarding videos lately, and there's one skater in particular. His name is Andy Anderson. What a I don't know that name. But anyway, he is like just goes with the flow and like he will skate anything. Like it's like, oh, here's a little like there was even a video where like his buddy was kind of, the cameraman was kind of making fun of him because like he was like, oh, there's this such an amazing skate spot. It is like the best spot in all of, this city that we're in. It's the best skate spot. And it's like some old like old falling apart like convenience store front, and it's like not even very good. And he's like, what the heck, like this is what we came all the way for? Like this spot is like there's like a million of them. And he's like, yeah, but man, this one is so like, because for him he just tries everything, right? He'll try silly things that shouldn't work, and he just experiments. It's like a kid playing and tasting the dirt, it's like you're trying everything. And I feel like he is extremely good and versatile because of the way he does things. And it's not like he's trying to do the coolest and the best stuff and he's focused on one thing. He's just like, oh, this is fun. I'll try something over here. I'll experiment. I'll try a big thing. I'll try a small thing. And I feel like art is very similar, where it's like, if you just try one thing, it's not, you got to do everything, right? You try the long stuff, try the short stuff, try the quick stuff, try the limit yourself in color palettes, allow yourself to use all the colors, right? Limit your values, use a wide range of values, do everything, right? And you're taking lessons from all of that, and then you're kind of just applying it. And I don't know. I feel like it really is, there's such a wide range of individual tiny skills that you can't just like, there's not really a shortcut, right? Because the skill that the best artists are doing is the skill of like versatility, right? They're able to do different things and add variety. So it's not like you're just do one thing a lot and you'll get really good, right? It feels like you just need to try lots of stuff and hopefully get the right things from each thing that you try. I don't know. I'm just rambling now. I don't even know if that point was clear at all, but you know what? There we go. I think a time limit can force you to break out of your normal process and accidentally find new techniques. Yeah. See, I like that. I like that as a method of exploration, but I'm always so hesitant to use it as like a advice for other people, because there's no guarantee that you'll accidentally find new techniques. Like you might, hopefully you will, and I think the more experienced you get at experimenting, the better you will be at finding those new things. But I think to like a beginner, experimenting is like all they've ever done, right? It's like you just sit down and draw because you want to draw and you don't really know what you're doing. And so like when you're struggling, experiment more isn't always the answer, right? Like sometimes it's the more like the educational thing is what you need, and the experiment is what all you've ever done. And so it's hard to say, oh, just go experiment more. Well, that is a solution to some people's problem, but like not everyone's. And I feel like this is one of those problems that art falls into. It makes it hard to teach because it makes it hard to give like catch-all advice, right? I mean, I think it's always hard to give catch-all advice, but advice is better when it's more specific. Yeah, that's true. When it's specific to the person who's struggling. Yeah, I agree. Being able to like give one-on-one. I guess I want to take that back. I don't think art is necessarily hard to teach. I think it's Yeah, it's hard to give catch-all advice because it's a mix of so many skills. It'd be like trying to tell a beginner what ingredients they're missing for their super complicated cooking recipe without actually seeing what they're missing, right? Like, you can't just say, oh, I bet you forgot the salt. Maybe they forgot the tomatoes. Maybe they forgot the chicken. Maybe they forgot the noodles, right? Like, maybe they forgot the oregano or whatever they're putting in there. Like, how can you make that claim without actually knowing what they're missing? And in an art, there's like 1,000+ different ingredients, and you can't say, oh, it's that one. That's the one you need. Just paint quickly and you'll get it. It's like, I don't think it's that easy. Like, maybe if you see their work and you're like, oh, that's what they're missing. Which I think is probably why it's so discouraging for lots of people, right? I don't know. Anyone can paint. That's the message of today, is you can paint too, as the title suggests. Anyone can learn to paint. And paint environments. It's not easy, or it isn't necessarily going to be easy, probably not. But it doesn't mean you can't learn. Anyway. Very motivational speaker of me today. Oh, I'm sitting on my foot. Ouch. Bad posture alert. Alrighty. I'm having fun with this one, but I think we're getting to the point where we can start in a moment. We can consolidate these and vote. Moderators, correct this man's spine. Oof. I don't think moderators are gonna help me here. Moderators. I need like a professional, like a personal trainer or something. And then every time they'll just watch my stream, and every time my back is not good, they'll like come over and like bend me into the correct position or something. I don't know. That's probably not good either. Don't do that. And mallets? Yeah, mallets. Just... No, my spine is not probably great. Get a personal trainer and make them a mod. Yeah, exactly. That's what needs to... Now, speaking of mods, I should probably add more mods. Most of our mods are from, you know, years and years ago, and they still show up every now and then, but they're not like every stream type regulars, and so a lot of times I just don't have mods here. I mean, I'm a mod, so like don't try anything or else I'll ban you, and I have no problem doing that. But I think in general, it would be nice to have another mod. But I don't know how I want to go about it. I don't want to just get a mod because they're here a lot. I also want it to be someone who I feel like is good for the stream. I mean, there are lots of people who are frequenters here. So, I don't know how I'll do it. But I don't really want I don't know. I'm not sure how I want it. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Not gonna make anybody a mod today. I should at least go through, though, and reconfigure all, like, the VIPs and stuff. Again, not a super important thing for stream, but it is kind of fun. And there are a lot of people who are super regular in stream that I feel like having a little extra badge to be like, hey, this person's cool. Or maybe, like, this person also streams. You should check them out. Like, I feel like both Casey and Sarah, for example, they both stream, They both are awesome at art. And this is do you guys know Sourpuss? I don't know if she streams anymore. She might, but it might be at times that are not compatible with my viewing of Twitch. But she did this thing with her stream where she would just have VIP as like a here are streamers that you should check out, and she used her VIP status as sort of a like a shout out, right? So anytime you'd see a VIP in chat, you could click on them and know that that's somebody that she's recommending as a streamer. And I thought that was a really cool way to use it. So I might steal that and do that for myself. I don't know. Yeah, it was a really cool idea. The only reason I hadn't done that is because I had people as VIP who didn't stream, and I didn't want to revoke their VIP status because that felt like, I don't know, that feels rude or something. But now that they're not regulars, I feel less bad about that. I just did a painting like this a while back. That's okay. Cold Case of Creativity says, hi, Joe. Hi, Cold Case. How are you? Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, going back to what we were talking about earlier with like form and all that, this is a good example where I am just making these very simple blobs, but I am also taking some lines and some forms and kind of outlining them a little bit, giving them a little bit of contour, right? Even when I draw a line like this is sort of a contour line, or if I'm making other lines up here. So like all this little texture lines are very much they're still adding to the form, hopefully. These kind of look like cacti. Cactuses? Cacti. I like the shapes of cactus. They have nice shape. Let's go a little darker here. There. I'm doing good. My friend gonna work on some vector art. Wait, you're doing good, my friend, comma, gonna work on some vector art. Gotcha. Or do you mean you're doing good, your friend's gonna work on some vector art? All right, I assume you're saying you're doing good and that you're gonna work on some vector art, right? Not that your friend's gonna work on some vector art. Because I have a hunch that's not relevant. Sorry. English is hard for me. Reading comprehension, I realize, it's not my strong suit. Speaking of reading comprehension not being my strong suit, sorry, your English is lazy. No, it's not you, it's me. It's the me problem. No, the other day somebody asked a question and I thought I knew the answer to, and so I wanted to confirm this by checking with Google Scholar, and the topic was on painting dark environments or dark scenes versus light scenes, and is one easier for your eyes? And I was like, I'm pretty sure there's a fair bit amount of science on like dark mode studies versus light mode and like eye strain. And I said, I don't know about for the viewer's experience, and I have my suspicions that it doesn't matter because things like mood and story and overall, experience is going to be different than, or it's going to be more important than simply is it dark or light. But in terms of eye strain, I'm pretty sure there's solid science on that, and like dark mode is not better for your eyes. It's worse, I think. That was my understanding of it. But I went and found a study, and it was like not at all. I misread the study completely, and it wasn't the one that I found first that I thought, oh, I'm pretty sure this is what like the thing that I'm thinking of. It wasn't the thing. Like it was actually more about ambient light. Like, are you doing dark mode in a light room, or light mode in a light room, or dark mode in a dark room, or light mode in a dark room? So it's more about the ambient light. And I misread it, and I used that, and I'm like, oh, I felt so stupid. But no, but I did dive into this a little bit, and from what I can find, dark mode is preferred by younger people, tends to be, because it seems to be more trendy. But it doesn't seem to have much issue on eye strain. But in terms of like measurable eye fatigue, the older you get, the more you'll experience it, and dark mode seems to be worse for eye fatigue than light mode. So you will be more fatigued quicker if you use dark mode, if you experience eye fatigue at all. But it's not like just because you see dark mode, like your brain has to work harder, I think, is the idea. Like your brain and your eyes, you have to focus harder on dark mode. But for long-term viewing, I believe, from everything I looked into it yesterday or the day before, whenever I looked into it, in all the studies, dark mode is easier for eye strain. But there's also things like how bright the room is that you're in, right? If you're in a super dark room, you probably don't want to blast yourself with super bright light either. So there's nuance. It's not super black and white, literally. Yeah, I mean, I will say dark mode looks better. But that was one of the findings I found, is that dark mode is, there kind of seems to be like a social component, and then there's like the what's actually affecting your eyes. And like if you're a kid, it kind of doesn't matter. Like it doesn't seem to be that dark mode or light mode is better, or like the younger you are, there isn't a noticeable difference. And it's more of matter of preference. And it seemed to be that younger people preferred dark mode more. But when they measured actual eye strain, and they used like certain eye tracking methods, and I think even like hooked them up to like an MRI thing or something, or put them in somehow did something to measure like how much brain activity is happening when you read things that you've never read before in dark and light mode. Like dark mode just uses more brain cells apparently, and also causes more eye strain in older people, but I don't think the effects were very noticeable at all in younger. So it's like, it probably doesn't matter if it doesn't affect you. It's one of those things where like, is there anything? Anyway, the reason I looked into this was because there was anecdotal evidence from the artist of, what was it? From one of the from some popular comic thing, and they had mentioned that when they drew dark scenes, they struggled. Like it hurt their eyes to work on dark scenes for long periods of time, which again could have just been like a room lighting thing. And so I'm like, I'm pretty sure there is some science on like looking at dark stuff for a long time versus light stuff, and or like with the contrast. And again, I don't know if the dark mode and light mode studies are exactly the same as what we're talking about, but I think from a viewer's perspective of just looking at something for a long time, I think it seems like it kind of overlaps, but I don't know. Very speculative on my end, because I don't think there's any study specifically about just like that, specifically what we were talking about. You struggle to discern difference in value colors and really dark values on your Cintiq, but it's much easier noticeable on your laptop. Well, I think just in general, dark values are hard to tell color. Like, if you change the color, why can't I? Oh, whoops. If I do this and then I change the color, it's very hard to tell that there's a color difference, right? Like our brains are just like, yes, these are all different colors, but it's hard to, you know, it's hard to know that these are all different colors. Like compared to, say, upping the value, like this is very obviously all different colors. But when they're this dark, it's hard. So like, because there's not much difference. Like there's very little light, and you're literally like squinting to like see the difference. So like in that sense, if you're trying to see nuance, it makes sense, right? That you might be trying to like, what about really light? Oh, you mean like this? Oh, probably. It probably doesn't. I don't know. It's yeah, it probably is easy. I don't know. I'm not sure. I imagine if you're, yeah, I mean you can tell the color difference if you're really. I mean, if you get too light, it probably not, right? I mean, if you get too light, then you're gonna probably run into the same issue. Um, but this is also less about lightness and more about saturation, right? I'm trying to keep the thing is when you get really saturated, colors do have different values, right? And so saturation helps. And so this is kind of doing both, right? Because I'm keeping these fairly saturated, right? Like these are still quite saturated. Whereas these are dropping in saturation, right? I'm going closer and closer to just being pure white, and there's hardly any color in there, right? So the difference between these are so minimal because there's literally no color. So I'm not sure if that's an accurate comparison. But yeah, I would imagine that looking at this all day and trying to paint, that would also cause eye strain because there's no contrast. So I don't know. I'm not sure. But the question was more about like, is this right? Because the idea is that when you're painting, you're still gonna have stuff. So it was more about like, is doing something like this where it's mostly dark with a little bit of light versus mostly light with a little bit of dark. What is, but I don't know. I don't think it matters too much. In non-significant conclusion or something. At least from what I can tell. But I could be wrong. Probably am. Oh, you think it's easier to tell the light colors apart? See, I don't. I think when you get low enough light though, and you're basically just in white light, and you add a tiny bit of color, like I think it's gonna be difficult. But that's also the same with any other value range. So like even a gray, like doing this for example, like yeah, it's hard to tell these apart because they aren't actually that far apart, right? Like the color is so close that of course this is hard to tell because they're basically all just gray. You're adding such a tiny amount of pigment, right? Or so that's I don't think that I think that's the same as saying this color versus this color versus this color. Like yes, these are all almost the same because they're well, the pink surprisingly is quite easy to tell. Um But like these just have very little light. Whereas this is easy, right? If I go like that, this gets quite easy to tell because they're also a value difference, right? But if you just go super dark, it suddenly is very hard again, even though they're very saturated. So I don't know. This is yeah, I don't know what the takeaway there is other than I don't know. Give yourself something with contrast. I don't know. Okay. Let's do this. gonna make a straw poll. We're gonna vote. Straw poll time. So the way this works, if you're new here, I'm gonna make a straw poll. It's gonna have 6 options. And these 6 options, you can vote for any number of them. Are you using Control plus space to zoom in and out? No. I am using Z. I'm using Z and then sliding my hand like left or right based on... So zoom is Z and then it just... Yeah. I'm using space to pan. So if I want to... if I'm painting and I want to move the canvas, I just hit space and that turns up the little hand, grabby hand, and then I can move thing that way. Omega Rengar! Hi, by the way. I never liked Rengar players. But that was also, I don't know if they've changed Rengar in League of Legends since I played a long time ago. He was always annoying. Hey, stop the hate. No, I'm not. I'm maybe hating a little bit. I mean, I didn't like him because he was just good. Like, it was one of those things where if you were not very good, if you weren't paying attention, it was he was very easy to kill you. And so you had to do a lot more work to like stay safe against him than other champs, and it was I never liked facing him on the other team because he would always get fed. Like, yeah. Well, it wasn't even that there was very low counterplay. It's that you needed to have a higher level of game knowledge to counterplay him. And so in like a public game, if you saw a Rengar on the enemy team, you're like, oh well, my teammates are gonna feed, and you knew they wouldn't counterplay, and so it was one of the. It just always felt bad to see a Rengar on the enemy team, especially if you were a jungler, because then it's like you're being compared to their jungler. Anyway, it was one of those things where it never made me feel great. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about League of Legends. League of Legends is a game where there's a bunch of characters. One of the characters' name is Rengar. He can go invisible, and then he can run a short distance, and then he can jump to you. And so, one of the things in League of Legends that you do is you set up wards and you try to play safe. Well, Rengar can just be invisible, bypass all of your wards and vision, and then just jump out of nowhere on you and kill you. And so he was basically great at taking advantage of noobs and people who aren't very good at the game, and it was so frustrating to play against him not because he would kill me, but because other people would die to him and then blame enemy. I giggle whenever I hear the other person's point of view describing Rengar. Well, it was more of like, I actually enjoyed playing against him, like if I was laning, right? I enjoyed trying to counterplay. The problem is that you can't, so, okay, yeah, we're currently voting. Sorry, I'm rambling. We're currently voting. Let me pin this to the top of chat for just a few minutes. Somebody said they liked 3 or composition of 3. I don't know. Okay, there. Hold on. Maybe that's not what they said. Let me read chat properly. Yeah, you see the exclamation mark except the nuke. Yeah. Might want to pin the straw poll. Thank you. Yeah, 3 is a unique composition. Yeah, 3 is weird. I don't know what's going on with 3. But no, there was this thing. This is actually a similar thing. I think it happens in art too, but I remember back like I don't know 5 to 10 years ago somewhere back there when I played League of Legends. There's a character called Vladimir for those who don't know of League of Legends, and he's kind of like a I don't know if he is still, but he was kind of like a an easy mode champion. Like there was no skill shots. You kind of point click, and if you click, you will guaranteed hit. He had good sustain. He was kind of like a he was considered a very easy character to play in that there wasn't like a high skill ceiling. And so when he was balanced for competitive play in any game that was kind of lowish level, he was just considered overpowered because he was balanced for people who are good at the game. And at a low level, any noob could play him at the high level. Like right, like there wasn't a wide range. Whereas like a character like Lee Sin, if he was balanced for the high level, he might be terrible at the low level because he was more complex to play, right? Or same with like Nidalee or something. And so you had this problem where even if he was a totally non-broken character, it felt like it when he was playing against your teammates because they would goof up and they would be easy. Like one of 5 people in the game was going to be not as good as the others probably, and so you'd always be able to pick on somebody. And that was just something that happened a lot in League of Legends, and it always like there was always this like conflict with people like feeding and not being good. And anyway, it was a whole thing. Okay, I'm gonna stop ranting about League of Legends. This is the trauma it's caused me from like 10 years ago when I used to play a lot. I don't play much anymore, but don't worry, everyone will be familiar with Vlad when the next Arcane season gets released. Gotcha. I wish Overwatch had low-level matchmaking system. I tried to play several years ago, it came out, and everyone was already good, and obviously I just sucked and could never learn how to get good. Oof, yeah, that sucks. Generally, though, with matchmaking, right, like, isn't there, like, typically a placement thing where, you gain, like... So, like, in chess, for example, with ELO systems, there is, they have to start you somewhere, and so they start you at like just some almost arbitrary thing, but they give you massive rating swings right when you start, so that like if you're a total beginner, you'll probably lose your first 5 games or so, but in those first 5 games you will drop so many rating points that you'll be playing against a whole different level of skill players than initially, right? Whereas if you win the first 5, you're going to very quickly be playing against better and better opponents with each win, right? That doesn't happen. I don't know if every system does that, but generally, if you're just starting out, you will lose your first few games while it's trying to figure out how good you are and where to place you. So I don't think that getting outmatched early on isn't always a clear indicator. Like, they have to do a placement, right? They have to figure out where you're supposed to be. So I don't know anything about Overwatch's matchmaking system, but that sucks. There definitely should be, because I know in League of Legends, I think they do a 5-game placement, but some games do like a 10-game placement. I think there has been some games that I've known that have done like 15-game placements. So it's like you have to play like, lots of hours of gameplay before you're even like in your right rating range, which is not super appealing. Okay. But yeah, we are currently voting. Maybe also if anyone's on YouTube and cares to vote, you can also vote. These today are a little bit lackluster thumbnails, I think, but that's okay. Oh, did we already pin it for 5 minutes? I don't know. Let's see which one's winning. I'm gonna vote for, I don't know, 4, I guess? I don't know. Is it bad to say that I don't really like any of these? Oh no. I'm expecting you guys to vote even though... Oh, we've been up for 10 minutes. Okay. 8 people have voted. 2 and 4 are tied. One more vote for 2 or 4, and then that'll be the winning vote. 2 and 4. Yeah, 4 is very simple, but it's kind of fun. I might go with 4. I like 4 because it has... I don't know. It's nice. Maybe I'll go with 4. You like 5? You voted 2? 5's looks nicest. I think I'm gonna go with 4. Rigging the vote. Sorry. I don't mean to be a vote rigger. Rigging the vote. 4 has good perspective. Why the link not sending me to vote? It should be. Am I crazy? Are you clicking it? Should be. You have another link, Jay. What do you mean I have another link? That's funny because oil boats are called rigs, right? I think so, but I think really a lot of people will call like a rig like my dad will call his truck a rig. Like, oh, let me grab the, my, I don't know, let me grab the keys from the rig. So he'll call even like a truck a rig. But yeah, I think oil boats are called like riggers. A rigger is something. I don't exactly know what a rigger is, but yeah. Oh, pinned link wasn't taking you to the pool. A big rig, exactly, a big rig. It's a funny word. The more you say it, the less it means, kinda. It's a weird one. Yeah, big rig. Or even a small rig. Just a basic rig. Okay, let's do this. Let's copy that. And then we'll stretch it. This is the way that I typically paint, by the way. I just grab my image, I stretch it. It gets a little pixelated, but it's typically pretty good. Do you like 4 the most? Do you agree with the vote? I do like 4 the most. I realized technically it's a 3-way tie. I like this one the most because this one has a direction I could see myself going. So I could see this being like a tree line and us being in like a little area, like a secluded area with some light shining down, some snowy areas. I don't know. It definitely gives a mood that is easy for me to work with. Whereas some of the other ones, I'm just not sure what I would do. For example, number 2, I don't really know what's happening. Is it enclosed? Is it indoors? I don't know. 5 would be easy to work with too. Number 3 would be hard. I don't know. There's just not a lot happening. I did a lot of ranting today. So it was a little bit of an unproductive first couple hours. But let's do something now. Let's do connections real quick, and then we'll get a painting. Okay, here we go. Connections for today. Ooh, mousse. Chocolate mousse. Is there like other chocolate stuff? Oh no, mousse and oh, there's hair stuff. Fiber gel. Those are hair products. Like can't you have like, you can have a wax for hair. Oh no, you can also have spray though. Oh gosh, hold on. You can have fiber, you can have spray, you can have, oh my gosh, there's too many though. There's also gel. Okay, hold on. We've got to figure out which one of these goes with the other ones, right? And then once we eliminate it, we can anyway. So the way this game works, for those who don't know, this is a quick word game I like to do just as like a brain refresh from doing art. But there's 4 groups of 4, and each of the groups of 4 has like a connecting theme. Sometimes there's some tricky ones with like a little bit of overlap, but they're, yeah. So for example, you could plain, spare, bore. You could be plain, you could be a bore, you could be simple. Bore. What about bore, exhaust? What a bore. How plain. So simple. What a drain. A drain? Is that... I feel like a drain is more like exhaust, right? You could also tire. So you could drain, you could tire, you could exhaust, you could bore. Or be a bore. And then plain and bare are kind of the same. What about spare? Drain, bore, tire, exhaust? You think? Let's try it. Yeah. Weird. Wait, these are... How is this the purple category? There is no way this is purple. Has to be yellow. Bore, drain, exhaust, tire. How is this purple? This feels like the yellow category. They're all just synonyms. Now I'm confused. Mousse, spray, gel, wax. Yeah, so mousse, but so is fiber. Fiber is also one of the ones for hair, all for hair stuff. I think. So I'm not sure about where fiber it goes in there. But yeah, you're right. I already saw the hair one, but yeah, there's definitely spray, mousse, gel. I think that's probably it. So purple is... So there's typically 4 categories. There's yellow, green, blue, and purple, kind of like the rainbow. And the closer to the purple they get, the harder they get. So generally, yellows are things like synonyms. Greens are things like words associated with hair, for example, would be like a green or blue category. And then purple is typically like, you know, something blank. So it'd be like something truck, something hose, something department, and the connecting word would be fire, right? And then you might also have something place, and that'd be fireplace, fire hose, fire truck, right? And so and those words might not seem similar at all, but there's like a hidden word in there. And that's typically what the purple category has. Sometimes it's things like something else. But anyway, it was just weird. Hi, Rona, we're doing connections. Blub. How's it going? So, fingerprint. Hair. Tire mark. Oh, these are what do you call it? Crime scene investigations. So you get tire mark, fingerprints, a strand of hair, or a fiber. This is like things you'd find in a detective. Yeah. Okay, and then yeah, we have hair stuff. So mousse, gel, spray, and wax. And we've already gotten rid of the fiber, so yeah. There we go. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. I'm just flabbergasted that I got the purple category first. So, Rona, you know what? Yesterday, after we did the Wordle, I wanted to do the Wordle so that I would get the streak, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't the same one, which makes me think I might have already done today's, because it might have been after 3 p.m. or midnight for you. I don't remember. Do you know what time you did the Wordle? I'm thinking I might already have been spoiled. I'm gonna try it. I'm pretty sure I already know the answer though. I mean, I don't remember it, but I know it had two D's and a Y at the end. It was like muddy or something. But let's just try like, I don't know. I don't remember what the last word was, but yeah, so I think I've already been spoiled for today, unfortunately. I don't know, but we can try. I think the word was like muddy or something. But let's do like That's, I don't think that's a word. Joke. I know, but so I'm not gonna get it in one though. I want to do a word with like at least, let's do like how about putty? Dough. Let's do dough. Dough works. Oh, it was dummy. The word was dummy. I'm pretty sure the word is dummy. Because I did it. I did the Wordle yesterday with Rona, but I thought it was yesterday's Wordle, but it turns out it was today's. Yeah, it was dummy. So let's get it in 3 because I don't want to ruin my stats, and I think 3 is pretty reasonable. So let's do like drown. No, wait, you can't get the dummy. Nope. Dumb. Dumbs? Is dumbs a word? Okay, so it is dummy. Okay. Well, yeah, that was kind of cheaty. We didn't. Yeah, that's dumb. But yeah, see, I don't want to get 1s and 2s because those. Wait, when did I get a 1? I don't remember when I got a 1. Apparently, I've gotten a 1 before. I don't know. But a 1 or 2 is, I don't want to do those fake, right? I want those to be real. So anyway. Yeah, that was unfortunately not great, but that's okay. Time zones make it hard. Gasp. Yeah, I know. Flamingo check. Oh gosh, don't remind me. Posture. Sitting up straight. There we go. Good straightness. Okay, let's do some painting. But yeah, Rona, hope you're doing well. Marie Kreiner and Siren Knight and everybody, hope you're all doing well. Anyone lurking? Hope the Monday is treating y'all well. What's happening? Oh. Let's find some references. So earlier today, somebody asked me about references, and I can show you. Because now that I'm going to use references. Snowy rocks. So in this case, I'm finding references for something specific that I think could be useful. Dung. Is there a command for pureref? No. What do you mean? Like, that says what pureref is? Like an explanatory command? What do you mean? Here's pureref. So it could be a thing like a reference could be like this, where it's just very, here are rocks with snow on them. It could be something more specific that actually would be in the painting. But in this case, I'm just using them. Got a crumb in my hair? All right. Or something like this even. Like these rocks could be useful, right? Where there's rocks, there's snow on the ground. Could give me some ideas of like form, shape, even like value, that kind of thing. Yeah, with a link in case there are questions. Oh yeah, I don't have one. I should add one though. But yeah, I'm using pureref. It's a free program. You can download it. It's great. It's just like an overlay, sits on your, you can move it around, but also it stays on top, so it's not going to minimize the background. Looks like a Chinese painting with a lot of fog. I could maybe see that, like a watercolor type painting. I know there's a lot of like landscape art with just very watercolor-ish stuff. Okay, there's that. Wait, did I just close my chat? Whoops. Hold on, I don't know what anyone's saying right now. I have to reopen my chat. I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I've done this. What is happening? I tried to close something else, but I closed the wrong thing. Okay, there we go. I think chat is open now. God, that vine is permanent brain rot for me. Which one? The vine? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Streaming is hard. I closed the wrong thing all the time when I tried streaming art. The one I thought you're... Wait, what did I just say? I don't know what I just said. I can't believe you've done that. Oh, I do know what you're talking about. No, I don't know if I referenced that. Did I I don't know if I've referenced that, but I do know what you're talking about. It's lives somewhere in my brain, I guess. Oh, that meme. It was, I think it was like, wasn't it like a footballer who hit somebody in the face or something and he just like brushed it off? Like, I can't believe you've done this. Or something? I forgot what it was, but it was... You made me chocolate croissant. Yeah, no, I wasn't actually referencing that, but yeah, I did. Okay, I could see that. It's funny. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Also, I love that like calling things brain rot is a thing. I don't know. It's kind of great. Or not great? I don't know. Well, I don't think that's really a new thing, is it? I think that's been a thing. I feel like I remember that from... Now the question, standing stones or trees? Both, maybe, yes. One or the other, maybe both. Definitely some stones, like here, I think, are going to be stones. I think these could be giant trees. I think that would be cool. Because also then we can get, like, some negative spaces. Some negative spaces back in here. And just have it feel... I don't know, something. But then I think up here we could totally go stones. Chinese dragon? I don't know, maybe. I don't think I'm gonna add a dragon to this one. We could though, it's possible. I also like the one where the guy is in the giraffe costume on the ski slopes and the ski past the camera really fast screaming, "I'm a giraffe," with a bit of a Doppler effect. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that one, Skittle. I can't believe we're talking about vines though. It's been a while. Been a while since I've seen a vine. See, that one sounds funny, though. Just person... I feel like people skiing in dinosaur costumes and giraffe costumes are just... It's just a good time. Probably not very safe, but that's okay. People do stupid stuff all the time. Pass me my keys, and then it shows the printer and goes, "I thought you said printer." Oh, and she throws a printer. It shatters on the ground. I don't think I've seen that one either. The things people will do and put on the internet. Things people will do for internet fame. Like ruin perfectly good printers. I think that might be the first Vine I ever saw. I was never... Yeah, I don't think I was ever on Vine. I never had a Vine account or anything. I mean, it was basically just TikTok before TikTok, so... Oh, I'm tired. I'm getting a little... I don't know. I shouldn't be tired. I haven't been awake that long. My day has been pretty short, all things considered. I kind of woke... I stayed up late and then slept in. Also, my nose is itching. What do I want to do here? I don't know. Guess I can put some blue over here. Maybe make some interesting rock shapes. Maybe we go much larger with the rock shapes. We could try that. We could go like big ol' rock. I saw a really cool video of like a drone flying over some mountains in China that were basically shaped like fins, like shark fins, and they were very, very narrow, and they were in slices. I don't know if it was real. It could have been totally fake, and I could have gotten bamboozled into thinking it was real. But it was, I think it was real. But it was, yeah, they were basically like these finned mountains, and they were super, like, there was like a crevice almost between each of the fins, and they were massive, and they're like these super narrow formations of rock that just stuck up into the ground or into the sky kind of, but they were like, yeah, like big shark fins. And they had, some plants on the side, but they'd have this, like, as you go down it would be like a shadow because the next fin would start, and so you'd have like, it was very cool. I think it was real. It could have been fake, but anyway, it was one of the neatest things I've seen in a while, as far as like environments go. China legit has all the coolest mountains. I want to go see them all in person someday. It would be cool. There are a lot of neat things. Although I imagine a lot of them are not very visible from like in person because you'd need to be in like a helicopter or something, because some of them look extremely impassable. Like there's no way you could just walk through like those mountains that just have the big tall spires. Like if you're walking through them, you'd be at the bottom and you wouldn't get that awesome view, right? I'm sure they would still be amazing, but I think there's a lot of like jungle and stuff, and I think it's a little tricky. But yeah, definitely some cool stuff. Bottom would be cool too, but there are paths up high. Okay, gotcha. That would make sense. Probably at anything that's touristy. But yeah, it would be cool someday to go see neat places. That's one thing that I feel like as somebody who does environment art, not being able to travel to that many environments kind of sucks. Whereas like with people, and if you do like a lot of character stuff, it's like, all right, you can go people watch anywhere. You're tired too and should go to sleep soon. All right, Rona. Have a good night. It do be. Yeah, it's kind of tired day. But I am gonna keep streaming for a wee bit. I'll probably call it a little short. Also, I think today's painting is a little simple, so it kind of works. almost everywhere. Don't go people watching at kids at a kids park, even though that would be a good ref for drawing kids. I mean, you could. This is one of those things where I feel like there's the social component, and then there's like there, depending on what you want to do, you have to, I feel like you have to be like a bit of a rebel where it's like, okay, I know I'm not breaking the law, I'm not doing anything wrong, but yes, you're being a weirdo, right? Like you know you're being awkward and you're gonna make people uncomfortable, but there's a point where you're like, you're in your right to do that, so long as you know you're not doing anything wrong, actually wrong. Like, if they have a problem, they can, like, I don't know, like it's a tricky scenario, right? And I feel this when, like, this is the same feeling, and I know this is gonna be not in the same caliber of example, but it's the same type of feeling with like uh when you're at like the grocery store and you just walk in for like one item, but then you realize you need a cart, but you're already holding an item, and so you walk out the doors, like not out the store, but just like you start to approach the exit with an item in your hand that you haven't paid for, and you feel like you're a criminal, and you kind of feel like someone is gonna think that you're stealing, and maybe they will, but like screw them, you're not, and so you do it anyway, and you walk up and you feel like a criminal for a bit, and then you're fine. But I feel like there's that where it's like you shouldn't feel bad for doing something that is not actually bad, even though other people are gonna make you feel bad. It's like at some point, I think being able to like hold your ground and say, I shouldn't feel bad for just like hanging out and enjoying an area just because there happens to be a child nearby. Like, I should not suddenly be thought of as a criminal, or if I do, like, that's a them problem because I'm not, and I'm not doing anything wrong. And so, like, it's such a tricky situation because, like, you don't want to make people feel uncomfortable because that's not good either, right? Like, why make people feel uncomfortable when you could just not make them feel uncomfortable? But at the same time, I feel like you have every right to be at that location as anyone else, and so, oof, it's a tough one. It's not easy. I don't. It's one of the reasons why I hate drawing people in public, just because like you're looking at them, you're staring, you're breaking social norms just by staring at people, um, and it's like yeah, no, drawing in public is hard. I'm so self-conscious about it that I genuinely don't like it. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I feel like I'm breaking the law when I'm not. And I feel like it's so much easier just to, keep my head down and draw in the comfort of my own home. But at the same time, yeah. Although I do think there should be adult playgrounds. I mean, there kind of are, right? But you have to like pay for them. There's tons of like probably paperwork and insurance or whatever. Things like gymnastic, like trampoline parks or gymnastics areas where you can go in and like tumbling mats and stuff. Like there definitely are ways that adults can have fun. Uh, but yeah, you typically have to pay to get into those places. It's not just like outdoor swing sets for adults. But yeah, I get your point. That's why I just draw environments and avoid the whole issue. Yep, same. This is why I don't draw people, because I'm too awkward around them. I can't look at people while drawing them in public. But if I just avoid eye contact, I can draw everything around them. I mean, I'm kind of joking, but not really. I do think there probably is a little bit of that of why I like drawing environments is because it feels safer, right? It's safer for me. There isn't those awkward things where I get self-conscious. It's like, yeah, it's just an environment, So what? Like if you have a problem with that, then I can't help you, sorry. But like with people, there's so many I'm too self-conscious, I think, for drawing people too much. Like even things like, you know, drawing like different ethnicities or drawing different body types, like that stuff can just feel weird because it's like I don't know why. It's there's like so it's not the pressure to do it, but it's more of it's like why am I the person who should draw it? I don't know, it's just weird. It's not that big of a deal. Like obviously if again, in my mind it's not a big deal at all, right? It's more of a it's a fake issue, right? Um yeah. Yeah, I mean that gets into a tricky topic altogether, I think, Sarah. You said sometimes it's hard to Google refs or people refs when you don't know what you're looking for. Like how do you find accurate refs, not just the models? Yeah, this is a there was a really good I saw a post on Reddit about this. It was I think it might have been in terms of art. It was basically somebody wanting to depict art from a certain culture, but they weren't part of that culture. And you know, there you should be able to paint or draw whatever you want, but the comments were basically saying like, you know, even if you try your best to go and learn about that culture, you're only going to see the interesting stuff. You're only going to see the stuff that makes it into media. You're only going to see the stuff that people talk about. You're not going to see the stuff that's just like the lived experience stuff that no one talks about, right? Or like there's it's not gonna just be like if you don't actually live something, it's hard to actually show it because just because you're learning about it doesn't mean that that's actually what it's like, and so there's sort of this disconnect. Um, it doesn't mean that you can't do it, but like be aware of it, I guess. And so there's this tricky um there's this tricky divide of like, you know, references is good, but it's never gonna actually give you that lived experience vibe that somebody who actually lives it will feel. And I don't know, it's you know, depending on what you're doing, it may or may not matter. And I think ultimately you can still draw whatever the heck you want, and if people give you crap about it, that's their problem most of the time, unless you know you're literally shoving it in their face or something. But yeah, I think in general, yeah, draw the stuff you want, and if people look at you funny, that's their problem. Uh, you know, mostly. But yeah, I still don't like it, so I don't do it. Or I mean, I don't do it in the sense like, you know, like you mentioned with like going to a park and drawing little kids or something and looking like a weirdo. Like, yeah, it's much easier to just not have to worry about what other people think. I'd rather just paint a mountain. No one's gonna be like, what a creep. You looking at that mountain and painting it? Like, okay. Wasn't trying to be creepy. I was just painting something. No. Uh, but yeah, I'm very self-conscious about that stuff. Like, I try not to worry about it, and there's always this. Yeah, anyway, it could be a bit of a struggle. How dare you look at that mountain? Yeah, you mountain perv. I know. Uh, no, people. I think. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it. There's definitely some social commentary on this topic, right? Like people are more, I don't know, concerned and worried about things, and will see ghosts places that there isn't actually a problem. But also, I think concerns are totally valid too. Like this is where I feel like the way that this would go down, or it should go down, is if I'm drawing in public and somebody is concerned that I'm doing something wrong, they can walk up to me and be like, "Hey, what you doing?" Not in an accusatory way, but like, you know, maybe just genuinely inquire. and I'll be like, oh, I'm just sketching, and like, you know, just drawing vague figures or something. But even then, right, people might be like, oh, that's weird, and like that's not normal. But like, who are they to judge, right? And so, but I would hope that the first step would be like a conversation, right? And like, oh, I'm just doing, I mean, you know, again, it's even that is tricky. But yeah, hopefully that's how it would go, and not just like an accusation of something, but like maybe have some dialogue. I don't know. Sometimes I want to take pics inside people's windows while I'm walking, while I'm taking a walk, till I see they have really pretty ceiling molding or decor or something, and I just can't do it, even if it doesn't look like anyone is inside. Yeah, right. So I think this is where in the U.S. and I've never done this, and I probably never will for all the reasons we've just talked about, because it makes me feel like I'm a criminal even if I'm not. I I think I know at least maybe not with private residence, and I'm sure taking pictures inside of people's windows is like over the line, but I know with public buildings you can photograph from the public street, even if you look like a creep and your behavior is weird and out of the ordinary. If you are on public grounds, you can photograph in public. And I think even if there's other people in the image, I think in Europe you can't photograph other people, or if you do, you have to uh I think you have to blur faces in Europe. I think there's some laws. I don't know all of the laws there, but I'm pretty sure and again, I'm sure this varies from state to state, but I think you technically can just photograph anything in public, anyone in public. They might feel like their rights are being violated, but I think it's still within your rights to do that. Um, Now, I wouldn't want to be on that end of it. That's like, heck no, I'm not going to do that. Right? I don't want to go through that whole debacle of people accusing me of photographing them and stuff and being weird. But like, I'm pretty sure if you saw something and you're like, oh, that looks really nice, let me just photograph it, you can do that. I don't know what the laws are for like, you know, photographing into someone's vehicle. That's probably not good, or like in through a window, but you might look into that so that if you ever are like, oh, I actually want to just like, oh, that's a really cool thing, let me take a photo, you can kind of feel that like, you know, there's no one here, you can then you can justify it, right? You're like, okay, well, I know it's not illegal, it might be weird, but under these circumstances I think it's okay. Joe's art guide to references. No, not a guide. I'm just I think that sometimes we feel like we can't do a thing because it's slightly socially unacceptable, when in reality it is okay to do legally. And you know, whatever, maybe you'll get someone who will turn their nose up at you, but that's not necessarily a reason not to do it. Like, I think every situation's different, and you can make that on your choice, on your own. And like, I don't know. Like I would feel weird, for example, just photographing someone's car, right? If I was walking by someone's car and they had a cool logo or graphic on it, and I was like, oh, that's something neat, I want to take a photo. I would feel weird doing that, right? What if I was photographing someone's car as they walked out and saw me? Like, I'd be like, oh, sorry, I'm not doing anything here. You know, I would feel awkward, and I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want to be in that situation, so I probably wouldn't do it. But I'm pretty sure it's okay to just take photos of things. Like, if you see a car across the street, why can't you photograph it? I think you can. And so, like, knowing where the actual line is probably important. Um, Not that you need to be pushing the line all the time. I find that to be obnoxious too, but, you know, like, there are these videos of people who will go out and, like, intentionally make people uncomfortable, but also knowing where that line is so that they're legally okay, but they're still being a jerk. It's like, I don't like that. I think anyone who's pushing the boundaries like that just for the sake of pushing boundaries is kind of a jerk, right? Like, don't be one of those people. But I think if you actually are doing it for a reason, like, oh, this is a good reference or this is a good thing, like, I don't know. I don't have too much of a problem with that. I don't really do that though. I don't really take many photos, to be honest. And when I do, it's like of environments, so, you know. But yeah, I think some level of shamelessness is probably good for stuff like that, for being creative and taking photos and like, just, I don't know. It's tough, though. You take pics of cars also, but not up close. Yeah, like you shouldn't be like looking in the window, you know, putting your face up to the glass. Wasn't there there's videos of like people who are using a car mirror as like a or a car window as a mirror because it's shiny, and then the person rolls down the window because they're on the inside, and there's like a person like, you know, checking their looking at their seeing if they have something in their teeth as like in the window. And then the person rolls down the window and they're facing them. It's like, oh, so anyway, I always thought that was funny. Probably staged, but still funny. Yeah, I will say I do envy people who like James Gurney and Marco Bucci who go into public and sketch people and buildings, mostly environments, but also some people, and they do it just so shamelessly. And like you know, I think it probably helps that they're really good at doing art in public, so that when someone does approach them, they're like, "Oh, okay, I get it," right? Um, like I think being really good at something gives you some credibility in like what you're doing is real. Where like if someone were sketching people in public and someone thought they were being weird and creepy and they went up and asked them what they're doing and then they showed their sketches and they were like a child's drawing, you know, like a total beginner, I feel like they would be judged more harshly than if the art they showed was actually really good, right? Like isn't and I don't think that's right, right? You shouldn't be judged because you're a beginner doing something versus not. Like we shouldn't be judging people saying what you're doing is valid only if you're good at it. That's silly. Like how do you get good? But at the same time, I don't know. It's I think part of that plays into it also where I feel more self-conscious about doing this because I don't feel like I have the skills to back it up if I'm sketching in public. I think when you say, "Oh, it's my job," people give it more credence. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Which sucks, right? That sucks if you're a beginner and you want it to be your job. How do you bridge the gap, right? Do you have to get good before you start doing the like this is like the tale as old as time with people who want to do comics, right? They're like, I really want to do a comic, but I'm not good enough yet. It's like, well, how do you think you're gonna get good? Like, just do the thing and don't worry about it. And like that would be my advice to sketching people in public too, but also now you have to deal with confrontation. That's why I think people who have a lot of self-esteem get better at art a lot faster. I think you're probably right. There's definitely a level of confidence to it of doing what you want to do and not giving a crap about what people say or think about your stuff, and you're not putting guardrails on your own work. I think you're totally right on that. I think I just beat my best voting speedrunning time. Voting speedrunning time. What do you mean? I think that this applies to a lot of domains. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it does apply to a lot of domains. Particularly anything where failure is seen as like not good, which is pretty much all of them. And actually, I would even argue, and I don't know if this is true, but this is sort of a hunch that I have, is I bet you the effect is a lot bigger than we even think it is. Or maybe not than you think it is, but bigger than I think it is. Like, I mean, there's sort of that concept of, you know, drawing the same painting constantly because you want it to make it, you want it to look good, but like, you know, versus drawing lots of different paintings. And I think doing the thing where you're, or drawing art, so not drawing a painting. You're drawing a drawing and painting a painting. You know what I mean? If you're making a piece of art, but you're staying in your comfort zone, like even just the fear of like people judging you a little bit, like you're gonna lean ever so slightly into things you're more comfortable with, right? And so yeah, I do think that sort of being allowed to just go out and try things and fail, and like I think that like even people who preach this, like I'm preaching this, but I'm still, I know that I hold back, right? Just even just a little bit. Like I hold back from drawing the things I want to draw. I mean, not really consciously, but I definitely do it to some degree where like I stay more in my comfort zone. I mean, especially with streaming, like I'm definitely staying in my comfort zone for most of my paintings, right? I think I'd absolutely get better quicker if I wasn't streaming, because then I would be just allowing myself to do whatever, right? And so even if it on just a small scale, like Eggplant Mount Rushmore, no, that's what you want me to draw. This is where you should draw that. It sounds like you really want to draw that. You should draw it. Okay, Reg, go draw an Eggplant Mount Rushmore. Draw the thing you know deep down you want to draw. Vegetable Mount Rushmore. All the veggies. Maybe after I'm done drawing your bunny girl. Alright. Deal. I'll expect to see your Eggplant Mount Rushmore by next stream. I love how they look a bit like stereo boxes now. Oh, they kind of do. I was gonna put, like, pots up here. Pottery. Some pottery. They do kind of look like stereo boxes. Have to draw her right arm all over again. Okay. Do it. Do it. What's the lore behind the pottery? I don't know. I don't think there is lore. Maybe they are urns. It's the... Maybe these are like gravestones or something, some sort of grave markers, and they're the urns or the ashes of fallen heroes. No, I don't know, of something. I don't know. I hadn't thought about. I don't always have a lore for all my ideas. I'm just painting stuff, man. You think I think about these things? No, sometimes I do, but I haven't this time. Lore helps environments. It does. It really does help it. I'm definitely not making fun of lore. I think having an idea of where you're going with something totally helps, because knowing what you're painting helps you make choices about why you're doing what you're doing. But I've already declared today that today's paintings is not gonna be super great. It's pretty chill. I'm not trying to do anything new and novel. I'm just in my comfort zone today. And I think that's okay. When making environment, all of a sudden, there's lore. Well, I don't think it's all of a sudden. Typically, you build it up, right? You start simple, and then you start with one core idea or a couple core ideas, and then you build them up. I think that's typically how most... That's typically how most story building or world building works, I think, is you have like a premise or an idea or some some foundational pillar, and then you just kind of start extrapolating outward. And you say, oh, I have a new character who's not from this area, and they're introduced, and okay, well, how do they interact? How might they be accepted or whatever? And then you start like teasing apart like the specifics of like who is this character, where are they from, and how do they clash or with this or whatever, or like um there's just I don't know. I think that's a pretty common way to world build is you have some core tenet of what you're trying to do, and then you just start asking questions from it, and you start coming up with possible answers. Lore can help. Yeah. It's definitely good for environments. Really, probably for, I mean, even for characters, right? Knowing the more you know about the character, even if it's just like arbitrary stuff, like I think it can help so much because, like, so we just watched a video. Uh, it was I think it was the best Mark Burnett video I've seen. I'm not a huge fan of his the way he communicates, but I did like this video that we watched yesterday. He was actually doing character design, so he wasn't just drawing characters and showing you how to paint anatomy and stuff, but he was actually doing designs, and he was talking about story and lore and like, oh, here's this, character who is kind of an outcast, but they're, taken under the wing by this village elder, and this village elder is like, she's like sews and knits and stuff, and so our main character is going to have like a little piece of her on her in the form of like these patches and stuff. But then this village elder has, a little piece of this other character on her, because like kind of showing their connection, like stuff like that, where like just knowing, saying that, oh, these are the way they're connected, and how can I use that in the design? Like I think that's super strong, right? Like it's subtle, it makes it more interesting though, just to like, because it informs the design and it's justified, and suddenly it makes it a little different than the other things because it's unique to that story. um yeah, I mean, even like, for example, if I were to say that these are like gravestones of people or whatever, each of them, maybe they, maybe each of them had like a theme, or each of them did something in their life, and that thing that they did is engraved on their stone. So maybe in this one it has things like, maybe they were a warrior, so it had like an axe, but maybe this one kept the peace or built up an empire, so it had like buildings and stuff. And like pretty soon you start getting this nuance where it's like, okay, I don't really know what it means, but you can start to understand it because there's a through line, right? There's a consistency across it. And I think that's where it starts to get really interesting, where you're like, it starts to seep through in the design, and you can start to understand stuff just by looking at it. It's like a little puzzle, right? There's a little bit of a story poking through. I don't know. I think that's cool. So yeah, basically, lore is good. Lore is cool. But yeah, really, I'm just goofing around right now, though. I'm not trying to go too heavy in lore. We could just make stuff up. I mean, we could just go with what I just said, and that would work. Maybe they're cracked. Some of them are cracked because they're old. They're old and cracked. But the pottery stays. So maybe they were filled with something at one point, but the urns have cracked over time. Maybe they're even filled with snow. I like the idea of literal pottery over corpses' graves. You could just be pottery, and then yeah, maybe it broke. Maybe there's like the urns or whatever, and over something about, you know, like prolong. I mean, you could make up a story or like a fake lore where like imagine a ritual or something where you take the urn and put it on the thing, and like knowing full well that like the weather and storms and stuff will eventually erode the pottery and it'll break, but then the ashes will return to the ground or something, right? Like you could totally have some like spiritual thing where you're keeping the person alive for a little longer, but eventually they'll still go away. Like it's sort of by maintaining this thing. I don't know. You could make up a story, um, like a lore and a culture that doesn't actually exist. That's kind of based on themes. The username does. Oh gosh. Okay. So the very poetic. This username does not exist, says his creative fervor. I don't know what that means. Stiller, a visionary artist, disagree, whose striking compositions, innovative techniques transcend conventional boundaries. Okay, if you say so. Provoking profound reflections and evoking powerful. This is like a bad, uh, like a blurb where like it's very artsy. It's like imagine me putting this on like my own website where like I just like hype myself up in a very egotistical way. That's what that reminds me of. Like those overly artistic, flowery descriptors that kind of don't mean anything. But yeah, how are you? Username does not exist. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate the your use of language. Um, Very poetic. Nice of you to pop in. No, but have you guys ever seen that where like people will label their own art and they'll talk about their own art in that way? I feel like you're just using Chat GPT to retype what you want to say, right? You've got to be doing this with Chat GPT or something. I am navigating life's intricacies with commendable resilience, harmoniously balancing aspirations and challenges, fostering growth and contentment in symbiotic embrace of well-being. And I don't even know what that means. It's just like maybe I wouldn't be able to glaze yourself that much, right? Yeah, it is a lot. Yeah, I can't take that seriously. I do have to. Yeah, I am curious though. Are you using Chat GPT for that, or are you just that good at coming up with unnecessarily complex descriptive descriptions? That ain't Chat GPT. So is this just like a skill that you're developing or that you have developed of just like how to write the most ridiculous things? Nah, ain't no way. Oh, hi, ain't no way. Hope you're doing well. I mean that's a skill, you know. If you're doing that just on your own, pure skill, like I'm kind of impressed. Like impressed in like one of those like useless skills that are I don't know, they're maybe it's not that useless. I'm sure you could harness it for good. I don't know. I like it. I like when people have skills like that, even if I don't understand why. You know, you do what you do, I guess. I'm all for, you know, just I don't know, like people who can make up good like freestyle raps and stuff. Like, hey, nothing wrong with that. That's fun. That's a super useful skill, especially for roasting people in the office professionally. Doing good. You're cooking another good pain today. Ah, thanks. I am glad you like it. It's kind of a chill painting for me. It's nothing crazy or new, but that's okay. It's just kind of, I mean, it's obviously new, but it's not, I don't feel like it's super new to me, really. Like, it feels like stuff I've done many times before, and I kind of have, and that's okay. I had a good vocabulary when I was reading books. Yeah, I don't have a good vocabulary. I don't think I do. I do think reading has probably made it better. I mean, definitely made it better, right? Because you're just now familiar with words. I don't always know the exact meaning though, so I have like a, I don't know if it's self-consciousness or what, but uh, I would never feel comfortable enough to genuinely like, okay, so like I have a belief about words, right, and language, which is more about like words are to communicate. And I don't care just because I can say something in a complex way. I will never say it that way unless it actually makes it more clear. And most of the time, using big words that other people don't use is not making it more clear, it's making it less clear. Right? Like, why would I make myself less understood? Like, what, to stroke my own ego? Like, that's not, to me, it just seems unnecessary, and I feel like I am being a jerk by, not a jerk, but like it's not effective. I'm just not sure when I would want to use words like that. So even if I know them, I'm gonna try to simplify it into smaller words. What's that saying? Why use lots of words when few words do trick or something? I like having more vocabulary because it means you have more precise words. So I think that's true, especially in like technical stuff, right? Where precision is important. But if you're being super precise but not understood, are you actually more precise? Like, right? There's kind of a weird philosophical question in here. Like, it doesn't matter how articulate I am trying to be. If I'm speaking to someone who doesn't speak the language I'm choosing to speak in, that's a me problem, right? Like, I could wish that the world understood me better. People can learn new words though. Sure, sure. And sometimes again, that it's fine, especially if you're in a setting where, you know, longevity, or, you know, you're with among peers where maybe you will learn and grow together. That's fine. But if it's just like to a general audience, I think you should be aware of the words you're using, right? Like, I don't know. I think it's on the communicators, it's their responsibility to make sure that they're understood, right? If you're speaking, it's your responsibility to make sure you're understood. So I don't like, just because you can use big words doesn't mean that's going to be a good choice. It might be a really poor choice. Sometimes it's a great choice, right? Again, I think anything scientifically, if you're in a, you know, certain professional field where, you know, specificity and precision of language is important, then absolutely use the big words, because words matter and the meaning is being more precise and there's nuance. But if you're just having a conversation amongst friends or random strangers, like, I don't know. It always kind of bugs me, even if I understand what people are saying, when they're dropping like, you know, technical words or like things that are in, I think this happens a lot in like psychology, for example, where people will learn like a certain thing. Like, oh, you're doing a thing, like there'll be some word in psychology that people learn, and then they'll use it in commonplace, in common language, but they'll never like, it's not necessarily common language yet, and it's not like it sometimes it'll take it from very specific and start broadening the view to the point where you have a technical word that is being misused slightly because it's evolved like normal language when it was supposed to be a technical word for a very specific narrow thing. And so you have this like adapting of technical language to a broad audience, and it changes it and it makes it really hard for the technical people to actually communicate because now their language is being misinterpreted. Like I think there's a lot of that can happen that's tricky in language, and I think that happens a lot in science when you have a term that means a thing, right? So I don't know. It's yeah. Because I feel like big words are just placeholders for more nuanced meaning. And oftentimes you can just explain the nuance. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. Hi, person who just followed. Thank you so much for following. Oh, I'm slouching. But I got grief for saying in conjunction with. Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I don't think conjunction is a terrible... Yeah. Yeah, I remember, like, I don't know, yeah. I mean, the only yeah, I agree with you. I think that's silly. I think it shouldn't matter. But even then, it's still tricky, right? Because, like, the very fact that you saying in conjunction with brought attention to your word choice more than your message, right? This to me is kind of like an art when you make an accidental focal point, right? You're trying to do something in such detail that you end up over, like you over describe a thing back here and it ends up drawing attention in a spot that you don't want. And they're like, oh, what? I really like the detail in this background thing that didn't matter. And you're like, oh, that wasn't the point of my image. Like maybe it just came out. Yeah, it's tricky though, right? Like yeah. I'm not saying you did something wrong, but I do feel like it's very clear in that moment though that whoever was on the receiving end of your message focused in on the wrong spot of the message, right? Like, so even if it was intentional, it seems pretty clear that it happened, which I don't know, take what you will from that. Like, I don't like that happening. It sucks, and so I try to like constantly dumb down what I'm saying. I don't always though. Sometimes I'll use big words, but then I never know if the person got it or not. I don't know, it's tricky. Language is hard. I don't know how people talk, how people communicate. If anyone knows a secret to communication, let me know. How to be always understood. Speaking lessons with me. I just make noise. Just grunts, gestures and grunts and pointing and stuff. It just felt the most apt. Yeah, yeah. And I think yeah. And I think that that's something that I struggle a lot with, where like if I say it super clear, it might be even more confusing. Because what's clear to me isn't necessarily clear to someone else. And so it might have been the best way for you to understand it. And maybe somebody else. But I feel like if someone's nitpicking over the word in conjunction with, then they probably aren't the ideal audience for that. Like, I don't know. And it's kind of a shame when you have to dumb yourself down. But at the same time, what is the point of the message? Is it to be understood, or is it to... this honestly, this does get back to art, right? This is like do you want to be accurate or do you want to be clear, right? These two concepts to me are different. And in painting, it's very obvious, right? Accuracy is not always clear, clarity is not always accurate, and that's okay. And that's one of the reasons that language changes over time, is because people want to be more clear oftentimes, Or they want to be more accurate, and so they use different words, and things change, and yeah. No, you can't. You definitely can't. Yeah, and it's and this is yeah. You definitely can't. Why is the burden on me to try and anticipate everyone's? Well, it's not. Well, it's only the burden's only on you, I think, because you're the only one who can control what you're saying and how other people receive it, right? Like you can't impose on the world that they ought to do, like if you know people aren't speaking a language, saying I'm going to speak this language anyway even though they don't understand me, like that's there's nothing you can do about, like you can't, like yes, maybe in an ideal world they would all suddenly be inspired to learn the language and then you could just speak your language, but that would be great. But clearly if that's not the case, there's a reality type of thing, right? Like if you don't have enough information. No, it's true. That's why I think in general, right, if you're, I mean, at least for me, if I was speaking to a completely unfamiliar audience, you would want to keep it simple. If you were speaking to a more technical audience, you might up, like, again, you'd have to do a little bit of, I don't know, it's tricky, right? Again, it really depends on what the goal is. Like, if you know you're on record or something, then be articulate. They can figure out what you mean later, right? And be precise. But if you're just like speaking casually in an offhand comment or something that's sort of, you know, they're not going to remember what you said, or something, like it's just a matter of getting the message across, then the message is, doesn't mean you, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It just depends on what your goal is, right? You aren't required to do anything, right? But I do think when speaking, again, if you have an important message to communicate and you communicate it and only half the people get it, like like sure, in a perfect world you could have said it the way anyway and everybody would have gotten it. But sometimes depending on the importance of the message, and I don't know, like it just depends on how important the message is, right? And what level of simplicity do you want to bring to it versus what level of complexity. Again, using art as an example, right? Why paint anything if you can just take a photo? Well, because they're doing different things, right? I think people just hate autistic people. I don't know about that. My goal was just to say something unimportant to a coworker who didn't know that well, who fully understood what I meant and still laughed at it. Oh, then that's fine. Yeah, I mean, if the message is sent, then who gives a crap, right? But if the message isn't sent in a way that, or if the message isn't received in the way that you wanted it to, then like, I don't know. The only thing you can do from that is hopefully learn from it and do what you will. Apparently, he gave a crap. Okay, yeah. I don't know. Like it's one of those things where like I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like you aren't obligated to communicate in one way or the other. And if you do something and someone doesn't get it, that's fine. Um but if that matters to you, then only you are really able to make that choice, right? Because you can't control what they're doing. So like it's either important enough for you to change what you're doing or it's not and you keep doing what you're doing. And like that's your choice, right? That's why I was saying that the onus is on us as the communicators to like decide how important it is, right? Like if you were trying to deliver like world-ending news, would you be like, would you use big flowery language? Like I hope not, right? Like hopefully if it was world-ending news that like you needed to get the message out, right? You're gonna want to be understood by the most amount of people, right? Hopefully. Now, depending on how specific it is, maybe you, like, sometimes you just can't avoid but using more nuanced words. And so it's a tough, to me, it's this constant struggle between, like, accuracy and simplicity. Understood by the most people, but maybe at the expense of some accuracy, right? And like, there's some give and take, and it's not totally black and white. And most people find a pretty good balance. And sometimes you're just communicating with a rock, and the person is so dumb that nothing you say will ever reach them, and that sucks, right? And like, there's nothing you can do in that case other than maybe like grunt and point, and hopefully then they'll get it. But like, I wouldn't beat yourself up over it. That's why I'm saying changing your communication style for other people. No, it's not always the right thing to do, but I think it can be depending on what your goals are. Again, it really depends, I think, on what our goals are with communication. See, I would have more questions from this than if you said and asked. Yeah, it totally depends, right? And I still think that art has a lot to say on this topic, right? Because like in art, oftentimes the first glance is very readable, and so you simplify the shapes, you simplify the initial idea, but then as you dig deeper into like a character or a story, then the nuance comes out, right? So it's the first pass is an asteroid's coming, and then people are like, huh? And you're like, in 23 days, we will be struck by an asteroid that's going to hit this part of the Earth. And they're like, oh no. And you're like, the composition of the asteroid is blah, 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 and it's going to destroy, and now we're getting into the meat. But like, the initial impact is like, here's the thing I want to catch your attention with, right? I feel like that is how art works, right? That's how visual communication works. I feel like that's how regular like, you don't jump in with nuanced technical jargon right off the bat unless you know already who your audience is and they know already that they can hear. So I think you can. I don't know. It's tricky. Again, no one's ever gonna get it perfect, right? I don't think we'll ever be perfect communicators. I'm certainly not. God, I'm a terrible communicator verbally. I stutter and stammer and can't even think of the right words, and even when I think I say the right words, people are like, look at me like I'm an idiot. Like, I don't know what's going on. But in theory, I feel like the concept, I don't know, like philosophically, I feel like I understand it. But yeah, in general, this is also why, like, hopefully people also learn, like, to ask questions. Right? Like, if someone doesn't understand, hopefully they will learn to ask questions. But again, there's not much you can do about someone not doing that, right? I don't know. It was funny because we've actually talked about this before with with when I went on a rant about like the ATM machines and PIN numbers, and how when I was a checker, I always got in the habit of saying PIN number, because whenever I said please enter your PIN to an older person, they always took like 20 seconds to figure out what I meant, because to them a PIN was like a thing you stick on your shirt, right? Like, oh, I have a PIN. It might be, or oh, a pen in my bag, I can write with it. What do I need to write? Or what do I need to sign? Like, no, just please enter your PIN number. Like, oh, the number, right? And so to them, PIN wasn't as clear as PIN number, even though PIN stands for personal identification number, right? And so the redundancy was to simplify, was to make it more clear. It wasn't actually more clear, it was actually less accurate, right? But it was more clear, and that to me is like a concession that I'm willing to make 100% of the time. If the goal is to communicate, I will dumb myself down. Or even ATM machine, right? Or like, the reason I'm bringing this up is because so like Hank Green just made a video on chai tea and how chai tea is totally fine to say chai tea because chai just means tea. But if you're already in a place where the standard tea isn't chai, then you clarify by saying chai tea as opposed to like green tea or black tea or whatever, right? Um, and it was like, it's not a matter of accuracy, it's a matter of communication. And this is a, yeah, I mean, this is a hill I'll die on, is like, it just depends on what the goal is, really. I mean, it's every iteration we just find. Oh, a salad, not fruit salad. Yeah, right. Like, yeah, well, that's kind of different, but yeah, I think it's in the same vein for sure, right? Where yeah, you're using redundancy to make something clear, right? An ATM machine as opposed to the acronym ATM meaning at the moment or something like that. But if someone said like my pen number, I would be inaccurate. Sure, that'd be inaccurate, but you'd still understand them, right? Maybe they have an accent and they pronounce it pen, right? Like, are you going to get on their case because they have an accent? Probably not. You understood them. There's a specific... Yeah, there is. Well, like, chai tea is a different type of... maybe that's different. I don't know. But either way, the point I'm making is that this is a case where function over form, right? Where the function is more important than how it sounds or how the logical sense that it makes, because the function is to be clear. I don't know. I feel like we do this all the time, and so sometimes using simple language to me feels like doing that, right? And it's not always good, right? Sometimes you do need to use complicated words to get the point across, right? Some things just, especially if you're talking about like multiple concepts coming together, right? You can't explain what the concepts are every time you want to talk about it, where like, this concept meets this concept. Well, that's a really hard thing to say simply because the sentence is going to be so long, they're going to forget what you were talking about by the time you get there. And so big words are like the only way to do that. And I think that's okay. But again, hopefully you're not talking about that to someone who doesn't already understand those concepts, right? If they don't, then it's going to go over their head, and now you're miscommunicating again. Right? And not every conversation can be like a dissertation, Like, sometimes... So it's tough, because I definitely fall in the camp where, like, I want to talk about a concept that I've been thinking a lot about, but I don't feel like I can without cluing them in to catch them up to speed to where I'm at, which means I have to give all this backstory or whatever. I don't know. Communication is hard. It's not easy. Because you can only be in control of what you say. You can't control what they understand. I don't know. It would be a nice world if everybody was constantly educating themselves on all sorts of stuff and super inquiring, super inquisitive, and constantly inquiring about new stuff they don't understand and saying, what does that mean? Could you explain that in more detail? I don't understand what that word means, or whatever. But, like, people don't do that, and then... I'm just saying 9 out of 10 times accuracy and clarity are not mutually exclusive, and yet people make fun of people or assume you're being condescending even if they understand you perfectly fine. Yeah, that's just them being petty. And yeah, you can just, if they understood you and now they're just making a huffing and puffing about some stupid thing, that's just them being petty, and who cares? Like, they understood you fine. Right? I have no respect for people who get on people's cases about using a word when they understood them. If you know what someone means, just because they have an accent or they said something slightly wrong, if you know what they mean, then don't complain about it. That's my stance. Right? I lose, that person loses all respect, in my opinion, when you start getting pedantic about the right word or not, if the message was clear. The message being clear is the most important thing, to me, anyway. And so, yeah, if they understood you, but they still huffed and puffed about it, screw them. They're being petty. But if they genuinely didn't understand the word, then now you know next time to, like, dumb down your language if you want to be understood, because that person clearly doesn't have a vocab past a 6th grader. So like, you know, what are you to do? You know, you either don't talk to the person, or talk to them and not be understood, or dumb down your language so that they can understand you. Like, those are really your only choices, right? Like, why do I feel attacked, Joe? I don't know, do you? Do you feel attacked? Do you get on people's cases over being unnecessarily pedantic? When you understood the message just fine? Because if you feel attacked by that statement, you should feel attacked. Like, you are the exact person that I'm going after here. Screw sticklers for... I mean, look, I have like a 6th grade vocabulary, right? I don't have a good vocabulary. But also, if someone uses a big word, I'm not going to get on their case for using the big word. I will also try to ask them what they mean by it, right? Can you explain what you mean by that word, right? That way, maybe I can learn. But again, I can only do that for myself. I can't make other people do that, right? So that's... yeah. On the reverse, there are sometimes other people use less accurate words to make... that makes me confused, and they get annoyed because they shouldn't be obvious I meant. Like, no, I'm a fairly literate person. How am I supposed to read your mind? Yeah. Yeah, that's tough too, right? Yeah, and there is an element of, like, mind reading in it, and it's so hard because then you have to start reading between the lines, and, like, yeah, this is why communication's so messy. You can never say exactly what you think or feel. I mean, again, this is using art analogies here. This is like the same thing when you have an idea in your head, right? And it's so clear, and you know, so, hey, Chaos Kitsune, and you know, it's so clear in your head, and you have, like, you have all the context, all the backstory, you have all this extra knowledge, but now you need to communicate it in a picture. And you need them to know what you meant. Well, you can't just put what's in your head visually, because that's missing all the backstory. So you have to invent backstory. And so there's like a, not literal mind reading, but like contextual mind reading, right? Where you're piecing together information that they're implying but never said. You're trying to understand their perspective without them ever having to say it. And there's all this, like, I'm bad at this. I'm really bad at that stuff. But it's there, and there, you know, I'm much better at it in written form, where I can try to understand someone's point of view based on what they're saying or what they're not saying. But it's really hard in person for me, because I don't feel like I process that information super quick. And so I tend to be more literal what people say. And so, yeah, if they're using overly simple language, I might take them literally when they meant, like, they started out broad or something. And anyway, so yeah, it's tough. It's never perfect, right? The information going from me to you or you to me is never exactly what they mean. And even if someone says, oh, I understand you perfectly, there's a good chance they don't, right? They think they do, but how do you know when you don't? You know, you don't know what you don't know. So, yeah, communication is hard. It is not easy. In fact, I would even go so far as to say I think it is always flawed. I think the best you can do is, like, read a book where they can string you along on this entire journey of trying to walk you through the understanding step by step, so that by the time you get to the end, you're actually on the same page, right? You genuinely understand their perspective because they've walked you through all of it. If it's just like a random conversation, like, oh, do you know what it means when I say this? And then they're like, oh, I get it. And they're like, no, you might not. But like that's how communication is, right? We just suck at it. Humans are bad. Like it's amazing that we have gone so far in like history and technology and just civilization with how terrible we are at communicating. It's wild. Calling a group of crows a murder. But yeah. I'd like to think that in a different life, or maybe in this life, but later, I could totally do like, I feel like linguistics and communication type stuff is something I really enjoy. The philosophy of communication, whatever that is. Or the psychology behind it. Philosophy, psychology, you know, logic, reasoning, that kind of thing, where it's just like, it's all of the, you're piecing it all together. I think there's some social, cultural elements in it, right? There's a lot of like cultural studies of how different groups of people and presuppositions that they have and how they use those to like make inferences, and if you don't know those, then you're gonna be not on the same page, and like, you know, it can be little phrases or just that stuff's fascinating to me, and it really does, like, it dives in deep to just how flawed we are at communicating. Again, it's so similar to me to art, you know, where people initially they get into art and they're like, art is easy, right? It's just put what's in your head on the page, and they're like, oh my gosh, nothing I put on the page is right. What's wrong, right? It's like, no, surprise, surprise, it's not that easy to communicate with pictures. And then I think the same is true with linguistics. Like, surprise, surprise, it's not that easy to communicate. And when you think that it's communicating well, it still might not be. And we can test it and how good the information transfer is, right? Like, I think everybody's done these, maybe not everybody. Did you ever do these things in, like, I remember doing this in, as a very little kid, where it might have been a guest lecture, and maybe this was the point they were making. It happened to be with art, but I think it could be with anything. But basically, they had one student, and I think we each took turns. One student would have a card with like a picture on it, and the picture might look like this. I'll draw it for you. So on the card would be, it was a blank sheet of paper, right? Or not blank, it wasn't blank, it was a sheet of paper, and on the sheet of paper it would have like a shape, like it might look like this, and then it might look like this, right? And the goal would be for you as the student to take what's on the paper and explain it with words and have everybody in the class draw the same thing, right? And so you'd be like, okay, well, you know, every kid would start out, you know, every kid was bad at that start, and they would all say, you know, draw a triangle in the top of the in the drop of your page, and some people would do this, some people would do this, some people would go like here or here, like every, you know, you have to be really specific. You can't just say draw a triangle at the top. Where in the top, right? So some people would say, like, you know, imagine a line that cuts through the middle of the page. Now, from the top of that line to the bottom, draw a triangle, right? And like, okay, that's pretty accurate. But then you might say, but make sure the triangle is, you know, an inch away from the edges and an inch away from the top to make sure it's here. You know, like how do you measure it? Or maybe you start with the circle to get like a placement, and then you say in the top third of the circle, draw a line and extend that line out an inch, and then connect it in an isosceles triangle. Like it's really hard to explain to someone with written instructions how to draw this picture and have them actually do the same thing, because it turns out your instructions are garbage. And it's really hard to give these accurate instructions because, you know, if you say draw a small square in the bottom, they might go like this. They might go like this, right? They might even do something like this or like this. You know, like what's small? Small relative to what? Is this small? I don't know, maybe, but it's not smaller, you know, like anyway, the point I'm making is that this is something that I remember, you know, it sometimes it seems so clear in our head what we're trying to say, but to the other person, you realize there's just a lot of room for interpretation, right? There's a lot of room for interpretation, even as something as simple as a small circle with a big triangle around it, right? What does that mean? How big? How small is small? What does small mean in the context of the page? You know, what are your reference points? Like what that stuff's not ever being said. And to me, there's I don't know, there's a lot of like little wisdom in that. And like everything I say, when I say a word to you, I'm assuming you're on the same page with most things, but like especially when you get into more nuanced things, those definitions start widening and they become less and less specific, right? To you they're more specific, but if I've only heard the word twice and I heard the wrong definition once, now I'm not even in the same ballpark, right? And so sometimes reusing the small language isn't dumbing down, it's actually getting specific by saying like it's giving the parameters. So I almost am want to say that to some people, big words aren't more specific. It's more of a shortcut, but the shortcut only works if you've already given the parameters. It's like using an acronym, right? Acronyms aren't necessarily more clear. They're just quicker, right? They cut down on. You think the longness of the word is irrelevant? I think in verbal communication, I don't. I think people lose track and they lose attention. Our attentions are garbage. I think if you drone on with small words for too long, they might lose interest. Whereas if you use a few big words, they might be more interested. But if you use too many big words, they then might also lose interest. And it's tricky. It's not easy. And I don't think it's perfect. And I don't think anyone's ever going to be exactly on the same page. But anyway, I did a similar thing in elementary school where we had to tell someone how to make peanut butter sandwich. I don't know how there weren't allergy rules yet. Someone said, spread the peanut butter, and the other student spread it all on their face on purpose. Another element of communication is how much time you have. To be quick, even I sometimes just go, good enough for chat. Yeah. I think that there are some words that are more common and more people have heard them and they're less common. Yeah. I mean, even within like English, right? The same word might mean something different depending on which region you're in, or if you're in Britain English versus American English, or American English in the South, or American English on the West Coast or East Coast. And so even words where we have a collective understanding, someone else might have a slightly different understanding of the same word. And it might be a common word like car, right? Where to them a car is specifically small vehicles, whereas a bigger vehicle is now a truck or something. But in other places, a car is just any motorized vehicle. And most of the time, that doesn't matter, right? But suddenly they say, oh, I'm in the car out front and I'll park out there. And they're like, oh, I was looking for a car, not a truck. And you're like, oh, it is a car, right? Right? Like until you have an issue, oftentimes you don't realize those differences. But for most people, but then you get people like my father-in-law, no, stepfather, I think, where he's like, I'm gonna be out in the Subaru, the 2007 Subaru whatever. I'm like, I don't know what that is. I'm like, can you just like say the red, van looking thing? That'll like I don't know what the names of vehicles, but he's so specific that it's actually harder for me to understand him than if he were just to use like general descriptors, right? And so it's like, is he wrong? No, but if he actually wants me to understand him more clearly, then and it's in a crisis, like he's probably not doing a very good job. Like I still will do my own and be like, what's can you explain that further? And then he has to explain it anyway, and then I learn, but it still takes way more words than it would have otherwise if he would have just started that way. So, like, I don't know, it's tricky. Communication's not perfect. You know, it drives me crazy when people say Coke to mean any soda. It's so confusing. Yeah, I never really got that one. I don't know. I guess nowadays I'm just pretty lenient when it comes to language and communication. I don't. I am like the opposite of a stickler for language. I don't really care what word people use generally, unless they're trying to. Well, I think the only time is when I try to match them. So like if someone's trying to use very specific language because they're trying to be nuanced, but then they use the wrong word, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like did you actually mean that, or did you use the wrong word, or like I thought the conversation was really nuanced, but it feels like the words that are being used aren't, and so then there's like a disconnect, and it's like I don't know what's happening with the tone of the conversation, and it gets really tricky. And then there's like conversation styles, which I listened to a whole podcast with a lady who like literally wrote the book on conversation styles. I don't remember where it was, but basically like how like some people they'll interrupt them not as a sign of like rudeness, but as a sign of like agreement. And other people, if you interrupt, that's seen as rude. And then other people just talk really slowly. And so if you get two people, like a fast talker from New York who might interrupt and talk over you as like a normal way of doing things and agreeing or whatever, and then you get someone from like the slowest places, like I don't know, an Alaskan person who's speaking, they speak much slower. They don't interrupt. They're not fast talkers. Suddenly, you have like the second they take a breath, the New Yorker will like start talking over them, and there's just like this massive miscommunication and just in style of like how you like that's a thing that is we don't think about, right? We don't think about communicating styles and how fast and how much we interrupt and when do we break or pause, or how long is that pause before the next person starts talking. Sometimes those just don't line up because you're not familiar with that person. Um, and so now it's like, it doesn't even matter what information they're saying. They might just not even be finished talking, and then the person's like, I don't understand. And anyway, it's communicating is it's complicated. Like, it's one of those things that we feel, I don't know, I feel like most people think it's so simple and intuitive, but like when you start looking into like the people who study it and what they're actually studying and just how nuanced it really is, I find it so fascinating. But yeah, anyway, this is all to say, to bring this back to art. I think art is extremely similar, right? Have I ever communicated? I don't know. Not stickler. You're the one who brought up the argument that people should use very specific. Not a stickler. No, I mean I'm not a stickler in terms of like if you use a complicated language. So there's an asymmetry here, by the way. So I want to clarify. Uh, I'm saying what you ought to do versus what I do, right? Like I'm saying you are not required to do anything, but from a personal point of view, I will do what I can to make sure I'm understood. If you don't understand me, then I will try to change that, right? I'm not going to be like, no, 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 you're wrong. No, I'm wrong. If I'm not communicating to you clearly, that's a me issue. I'm the only one who can change how I communicate, right? I can't force you to understand me by saying the same thing over and over. I have to change my method, right? I'm not saying that you have to change your method of communicating. I'm going to do what I can to understand you, right? I'm going to also take it upon myself to try to learn the new words if you're using a big word, or ask a question if you're using a word I don't understand, right? It's not like you as an agent in the world, right? You can take all you want to do the best you can do, but some people aren't going to do anything. And you've got to learn how to navigate that, because you can't make everyone care as much about communication as you do. right? So like it's not equal, right? And this is where, when I say I'm not a stickler, what I mean is I don't care what words people use. If I don't know it, I'll try to figure it out. If they use a word that I do know, great, right? I'm not going to get on someone's case for using the phrase in conjunction with. I don't care. I know what that means, and I'm not going to draw attention to it. It's not important to me. I understood the message, right? But when I'm speaking, I will be a stickler because I want to be understood, right? So I'm a stickler with my own words, but not with other people's. So yeah, I stand by what I said. I'm not a stickler for language. I don't care what people do. Being understood is the most important thing. Bad grammar, accents, I don't give a crap. You want to make up new words? Fine. Use the word skibbity in a sentence. If people know what you mean, great. You know? Why do I give a crap? It's not a double standard. It's an acknowledgement that I can't change the world around me. Right? I can't change how other people... For example, this is like when artists will draw something and then someone looks at it and like, I don't get it. And they're like, well, that's a you problem. Maybe, but like, you clearly didn't meet the thing, right? Like, you didn't... If I had a goal of painting something and nobody knows what it is, I can't just will the world to understand my drawing. I need to get better at communicating it. That's the only way I can get people to understand what I'm painting, is by me getting better. I don't want to go around and like, well, here's why you're reading my painting wrong. No, just paint it differently so that they can understand it. Right? Like, it's not a double standard. It's I'm not going to try to bend the world to relearn how to fit my method of communication. I mean, a standard for yourself, but not for others. That just proves it's different in every context. Oh, okay. Well, if that's what you mean by double standard, then yeah, maybe. Like, yeah, sure. It's a different standard. Yeah, I definitely hold myself to different standards than other people. Because I can actually change something about it, right? Like, I can learn from my mistakes. If someone else has a mistake, they might learn from it, but not necessarily when I'm around, right? Like, right? If imagine you're interacting with people and you have to give them directions, but you're only going to meet them once. Like, you can't afford for them to make a mistake. So you want to communicate in a way that they won't make a mistake. If you make a mistake, you'll learn from it next time. Who cares, right? Like, so in that case, there's a... Like, when you're the one in charge, yeah, you do hold yourself to a higher standard. And when you're speaking, you absolutely are the one in charge. Right? Like, you're the one being... you are delivering the message, right? Versus the messenger. Like, the messenger and the message and the recipient and the messenger are not... Like, they're definitely not on even ground, right? One has something to say and one doesn't. Or one doesn't know what the other is going to say, right? There's definitely an asymmetry of information. So yeah, there is a double standard, or just not... Maybe not double... I don't think double standard is the right word. It's not a... it's not symmetrical, right? There's a different standards for people. But again, when that person then speaks back to me, now they have that same... Right, hopefully they would do this, right? Again, this is like I think people, for example, this is going to be rich coming from me, because I'm not super healthy and I don't exercise, but like, for example, I might care a lot about my health and my body and my exercise, right? But I don't necessarily look down on someone else for not caring about theirs. They can have other priorities. They can do what they want with their life, right? I might say, oh, I don't eat this or I don't drink that, right? I'm very strict on my diet. That's fine. I can have that standard for myself. But I don't need to be telling others that they have to do that, right? And so, is that a double standard? No, it's just different standards, right? It's how I want to live and versus how I think others need to live. And so that's how I am with communication, right? I take it upon myself to do the best I can do, knowing that other people don't care as much about it as me. communication affects everyone. Well, it only affects people who I want to communicate with. It's not a perfect analogy. I mean, no analogy is perfect, right? That's why they're analogies and not just the example. But yeah, it's not a perfect analogy. You're right. But the point is that it's a standard from my perspective. Other people don't need to care much about my language as I do, right? It's my words that are being spoken. I care a lot about my words, but they don't need to care about my words. You can zone me out. You don't have to care. Hopefully, if you're engaging in conversation, you care a little bit. Like, I would hope that people would care to understand the person they're talking to, but I can't force them to. And it's sort of like, again, in a perfect world, yeah, sure, everybody would try their best to learn new things and be diligent about communicating properly or effectively, and they would try to listen and be good listeners or whatever. But that's just not always the world we live in, and I'm realistic about that. So I'll do what I can to do what I can to communicate. I don't know. I don't feel like it's that this whole asymmetrical thing, I don't know what else to call it. I'm sure there's a fancy word for it. But this exists in so much of life, I feel like, where, like, I might live my life a certain way, but I don't give a crap if other people do. Even if it, like, but there's always the, like, well, it affects other people. Well, like, not really. Like, I have to see people, but does it really affect me? Not really. I don't know. I guess it's double standards, or it's some sort of standard thing. I don't know. It's asymmetrical standards, not double. But yeah. You think this conversation has gone in a circle? Maybe. Do you have, like, a traumatic experience that I'm actually a guy that you're so paranoid about this? I think sometimes I'm the actually guy. Not intentionally, but sometimes I do. And no, it's not I mean, maybe there is, like, a little bit of, like, I mean, this is, like, stereotypical art. Oh, I'm so misunderstood, and I don't want to be misunderstood. No, it's more just that, like, it's kind of in the realm of, like, and not to bring it to a toxic level, but, like, of the get good mentality, right? Like, with art, like, if I want to do good art, then I need to get good. Like, not everybody else needs me to get good, so not everybody else needs to get good at art. You can do art for whatever reason you want, right? But I want to get good at it, and I will do what it takes to try and learn. And, again, I'm not completely hardcore about it, but that's sort of the underlying philosophy, which is, like, I might have high standards for my own art, but you don't have to do that with your art, right? You can make a picture and put it up on Instagram, and it can be a doodle that you did with your fingers or your toes or whatever. I don't care how you made it. It doesn't bother me. I'm not going to judge it by the same standards that I judge my own art, right? I have different expectations for my own art. I fully acknowledge that different people do art for different reasons, and they have different priorities, and not everybody cares as much as I do. But and yeah, part of it's I want to be understood, I guess, but also just, I don't know. I think we all have areas in our life where we care about things that others don't. And yeah, communication is probably one of them for me. Probably because I communicate a lot, right? I'm talking. I'm on stream. Art is a form of communication. And also I think maybe I took a liking of art because I think I'm a bad communicator, right? It's sort of like that trope of, like, people who go into psychology do it because they think there's something different about them and they want to understand themselves. I think there is an element, if we're really getting into psychoanalyzing territory, yeah, I probably feel like I struggle to communicate. And so art has been a way for me to learn how to communicate in a different way. And so, yeah, I'm not always the greatest communicator, but I do feel like there's these very clear issues with how people communicate. And a lot of times it's not that big of a deal because people don't care that much. But it's also very clear that sometimes these problems emerge that are a direct result of all these little quirks of it. And I don't know, I like this stuff. I think it's fascinating. But most people don't care and it doesn't bother them. So that that's why I think discussion and clarification is more important than just being like, I should assume this word because I assume the person won't know my thing. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a totally valid way to do it too, right? I mean, I think, like, I would like to be more like the person who just will use the big words, and then the people who care will say, what do you mean by that? And then you can explain it if they don't know, right? But I don't know. I feel like that is more often than not a waste of breath. I would just rather explain it in the first, simplify it. I don't know. That's just personal choice, I guess. But yeah, I think as long as you're confident that the people around you are willing to have that conversation, right? I also think maybe there's a little bit of like, a lot of the people in my life I feel like are very, very different opinions on things, like whether it's politics or religion or whatever. And so there's oftentimes not the, like, I can't just use an example and think they'll know what I mean, because our perspectives are so different from the outset that you kind of have to go baby steps with them. And so I think there is a part of like really trying to get my perspective across. It's not about just a big concept, but it feels more like a book, right? Like you have to guide them along the journey as opposed to just use the right word and then they know what you mean. It's like trying to explain it. Yeah, you have to give all that you have to give so much context, right? You can't just say the meme and they'll think it's funny, because memes are about context. They're about sort of this, yeah, it's kind of the same. Sometimes, yeah, you can't, it's not a matter of just finding the right words, right? Anyway. But yeah, I do enjoy this conversation. It's sort of the, just ideas around communication, um, and communication, or ideas around communication when you have a lot of information that can't be spoken or said, especially with art, right? You have all this context and emotions and feelings, and you want to get that to come through, but you can't just like spell it out. And so you have to show it in a way, but it's not the same way that you experience them. It's a way that they'll understand them, because if you just put what you want, it's not going to look the same as for them, right? And I would argue that a lot of like fine art kind of goes on the other end, right? It's kind of the, I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and if you don't understand it, that's your problem, right? I don't really like that way of interacting with the world, because it feels like it's putting the pressure on other people. It's like, it feels like it's removing the onus on you, like, or that's not the right word, but it's removing the responsibility from the communicator, kind of like, I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna say, and it's out there, it's me, that's my expression, and like, if it offends, so be it. If you don't like it, so be it. If you don't understand it, so be it. It's like, that feels more like a performance than actual trying to communicate, and I don't like that. I don't know, I'm much more on the other end of the spectrum, which is I'd rather just communicate effectively, and if that means being a little bit overly literal or using simple language, so be it. I choose the colors I want, and I enjoy, but I also know how to communicate those well. It's my personal taste, but also comes across clearly if you're doing a good job. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the nice thing about illustration and concept art, and like, there is a lot of sort of pretty well established. I mean, we're kind of in the nitty gritty, right? Like, your understanding of art is very nitty gritty compared to the normal person's, right? And so this would be like a linguist talking about more complex topics, and like, well, of course the linguist is going to have all these tricks to make it clear and also say what they want, right? But like, the normal person doesn't, right? When the normal person tries to draw, they know what they like, but when they put it on the page, it's not also clear, right? So I think this is a case where me and you, to some degree, we do speak the same language with art. We know the nuanced, like, subtle tricks to make things more clear and communicate visually, like how to draw focus in one spot, or push things back in another area, or exaggerate something, or lean into a color palette that we like while not making it seem too ridiculous. Like, we know that stuff because we were interested in it, we've studied it. So we're kind of like the nerds here, right? Like, talking about, oh, I can express myself with and use the right language. Like, yeah, because like, you've spent thousands of hours of your life doing it, right? And it's just something that you're interested in. You strongly believe society would be measurably improved if everyone has some basic art education? Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, art, music, I think a lot of those things would be good. Yeah, especially to some degree, and yeah, I mean, I think it's tricky. Because I also think some of the things that my opinions on art that I feel like make the world a better place, or that I think really have sort of, not to be too egotistical, but like, sort of enlightened me, or things that I think have made me understand other perspectives better. I don't actually think that I got those early from art. I think they took a long time, and I actually don't think other people would get those same ideas quickly, so I don't know how useful it would be. Like, kind of what we're talking about now with communicate, like the whole idea of like what's in your head versus what's on the page, and that sort of disconnect of communication versus receiving the message versus delivering it, and like how there's context and you sometimes have to fill people in, and like they don't always get the same stuff because there's different subjective understandings of certain things, and like there's all this nuance that, like, I think that's fascinating. I do think the world would be better off if everybody understood just how tricky it can be, and it would give them a little bit of humility, I think, when, like, rather than thinking that you're perfect at everything, there'd be like, oh, well, I don't know as much as I think I do. I think that would be a great, right? But I think you could get that a little bit from science or other things. I don't know. Less about communication, more about practical life skills, respect for others in the world, and empathy. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess to me, a lot of that comes through by understanding like where your downfalls are and what you're not good at, or like you think you know something but you try to explain it and you realize you can't, and there's sort of a level of humility and empathy where you, like, oh, well, this isn't as easy for me and it's probably not as easy for them either, and like learning about that sort of like kind of, I don't know, to me it's art has in some ways helped me sort of like figure out my place in the world, right? Like, and how, I don't know, that's very something. Is that I don't know what you call that, but that's made it sound a bit pretentious, I think. But yeah, no, I think art is definitely would be a good thing if more people learned it. I don't know. I think I'm still a bigger on philosophy and basic like logic and reasoning, and sort of like what is a fallacy, being aware of our own biases, being aware of like implicit implicit biases, and yeah, just like bad ways of thinking and stuff that just I feel like that would be go a lot further. Um and try because I think some of that stuff builds in humility, and like learning about all these cognitive biases that we have and how our brain is very fallible, and the way memories work, for example, how it's not like a recording, right? It's much more like a story, and we misremember, and the more we remember, the less clear the less accurate it becomes, stuff like that, where there's all these little quirks where learning about some of the psychology and learning about some of the ways that we aren't the way that we perceive the world isn't inherently reality. Like it's very subjective, even things that we feel like are very true. Um, that stuff to me is useful, right? Because that helps you, like, especially in this communication topic, right? Like just being I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky. Like, I don't think there's one way that people can get to the same conclusions. I think a lot of it is, some people travel to different countries and realize, oh, wow, like their way of life is so different, but it's also totally functional. Huh, maybe my way of thinking isn't the only way. And then you can become a little bit more humble, right? Because you're like, okay, well, I may not like that way, but like there are other economic systems that work. There are other political views that work. And yes, you can't do, it's not just a pick and choose, but like from a systemic way, like there are different systems that work. And like just, so it could be something like travel, but it could be something like logic and reason. It could be something like art could get this. Like, I think there's a lots of ways that people can learn these concepts. And I don't think it has to be this way or that way. But I would hope that most people would have enough experiences in some categories to where those certain core concepts do get through. And it's hard, right? Art and sports is a must. There's already gym class. Is there a reason you say sports specifically? Gym class made me far less confident. See, I even on this topic, like I'm almost with you, K-Reg, about sports being like should be a mandatory thing to some degree. But like a lot of the things that I learned that I was supposed to learn in sports, I learned like the teamwork, the communication, the sort of lifting your own team up, right, instead of putting them down when they make mistakes. I learned far more of that stuff in video games and playing League of Legends than I ever did playing soccer. And I played like 8 years of soccer, right? I played a lot of soccer. Uh, but yeah, I learned far more about that kind of thing in video games. And so, what about like the athletics and being healthy? Well, yeah, you could have gotten that in regular gym class, and the teamwork I got in something else, right? And so this is one of those I don't know what you call this, but I just call it like the church problem, which is like church offers all these awesome things, right? There's community, there's routine, right? It's literally weekly, and there's like you get out, socialize, you maybe learn stuff, people generally lift each other up. Like generally there's a lot of these different things, right? So for some people it's a form of therapy if you're in like, Catholicism and you do like, confession or whatever. Like there's an element of that. Um like there are some inherently really good things about it. But to claim that you can only get those from religion is ridiculous, right? You can get the community events from gathering once a week with art. You can have people who lift each other up by going to, other types of activities. You could do the confession thing by literally having therapy. Like there's ways to get all of those elsewhere. You don't have to get them all in one. And that's kind of how I feel with sports. Like sports does teamwork and all this other stuff and the physical activity, but like you can split them apart. You can go, you can inspire people to jog and also play competitive stuff, video games or whatever. Um, so yeah, I almost don't care too much what it is that people do specifically, but I do think there are some key things that people should learn from those things. And, maybe having a choice of different things would be good. Um, it'd be hard. It's hard. I think curriculum making is really hard. It's a tough nut to crack, right? Because it feels like, well, the way I learned it is the only way. Craft says hi looks really cool. Thank you. I don't know if I said hello yet, but thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of just noodling. I'm pretty much done streaming at this point, but I'm just kind of noodling around, having fun. We're talking about so much random crap right now between philosophy and education, and yeah. Well, my class wasn't really a class and more just running miles and doing fitness tests. That's how mine was too. With no instruction how to actually improve at those things. Yeah. Yeah. I will say I don't think I sometimes joke about me being stupid as a kid because despite literally having art lesson books, like how to draw type stuff, like how to draw in charcoal, I literally had how-to books in art, and it never clicked in my brain that I could learn. And so I'm not convinced that I'm alone. I think I don't care how much you show a kid that you can improve, I don't think it's guaranteed to click that they can actually improve, right? You could show a kid, say, at the start of the year you ran a mile in this fast, and at the end of the year you could run it in this fast. Look, you've improved. If you keep doing this, you'll get faster and faster. And I still don't think some of them would think that they could ever become better runners, right? Like, I think to then understand, oh, you can run a longer distance now. Think if you keep at it, you could do marathons. That wouldn't register, I think. Something, I don't know. I think maybe kids are just stupid. I think I was far too stupid for that. Like, I don't care how clear you could have made it. I don't think you could have convinced me that I could have. I mean, maybe. I think if I lived and breathed it, like, if my parents were artists and they talked about it as a skill, I think I would have just believed that it was a skill because they said it was or something. And over time, I would have just like, it would have been more like a dogmatic thing. It wouldn't have been because of the evidence, right? It would have just, they said it and therefore I'm doing it. Um, and like I don't think that's the right way to teach it, but I do think for kids especially that is oftentimes the way that they come to have their opinions, right? They think that art is a skill because their parents demonstrated, they talked about it that way, not because they drew a drawing and they got better and then they connected the dots that, oh, if I keep doing this I'll keep getting better. I don't think that's the way kids are learning that it's a skill, right? So I'm like something with like PE in or gym class. I don't think it's a matter of just like make kids run and they'll love running. I don't know. I think there are ways to turn like gamify education to make people like, they want to do a thing because it seems fun. Like, oh, if, wow, we can build something for a contest or something, and that sounds fun. But then they're like, oh, but we don't know how to build it. And then the teacher's like, well, let's go look it up and we'll figure out what we need. And then, oh, it looks like we need these materials. Let's learn how to build them, right? And then suddenly you're like, you're learning how to do the thing by research, but because you were actually interested in the first place. And so it's like learning through play. Like I feel like that would be a good method. Um, Rather than just say we're gonna do this assignment and whether you want to or not and go learn. I don't know. To me, the trick with getting kids to learn stuff seems to be, and I'm not a teacher, so I don't know, or not a teacher of kids, but it seems to be getting them interested in the thing in the first place, right? If they're not interested, it's so you. How can you teach someone who's not interested in learning? It's so hard. And so just making it interesting in the first place seems like the secret sauce. Uh, Kafrit says, I started to learn art, like actually study. I was because I was laughed at how bad I was from a friend. Oh, that's terrible. So it was a spite rejection, and I saw a very fast improvement. Oh, that sucks that that's the thing though. I kind of am the same. I'm a little bit like if you tell me I can't do something, I'm gonna want to prove you wrong. So I think I'm a little bit that way. But with art, I didn't know how to do that. So like even if you were to tell me that I was a terrible artist, no one ever told me that actually. I was In fact, I'm pretty sure I only ever heard nice things about my art as a kid. But even if you were to have told me that I was terrible as an artist as a kid, which I was, because I was a kid who was bad at art, I didn't know what I was doing, of course, like most beginners. Um, but I don't think I would have known how to improve, right? I didn't know how to improve because I didn't think of it as a skill to improve at. I just thought of it like, this is a thing I like doing. And even, it's funny, I talked about skateboarding recently, and even with skateboarding, right? I skated as a kid, but and I tried to improve, but I clearly didn't know how. And granted, at the time nobody really did. It was kind of like a, maybe you watch a video and you hope that you can figure out what they're doing, because if you can't, then you're not going to learn. And so you just try and try the same thing 100 times and hope that you get it. And it was sort of this like hoping method of learning. There wasn't a very like, no one talked about fundamentals or like any of the like, I don't know, it's just very nebulous and like, how do you get better at skateboarding, right? So like, if you would have told me I was terrible, my method of trying more was just putting in time and hoping I get better, right? There wasn't a very good method for doing it. And that's where, and that's hard, right? Again, as a kid, I don't know. Maybe with YouTube, things have changed, right? I would imagine with YouTube videos where people talk about it. I have a hunch things have changed a little bit. But it's still tricky. You loved art before that too. But like fine art stuff and not drawing. But yes, it was not a good friendship. No. But I like that after I got better, then I was like, I actually like setting it itself. Setting itself. I keep doing that. That's funny. People used to tell me I was a great artist, and they were definitely lying at the time. Thankfully, I didn't believe them, so I kept working to improve. Yeah, see, I think people told me I was a good artist as a kid, but it was not you're good as in, oh my gosh, you put in so much work and you've gotten so good, but more like, oh, you're so talented, I wish I was like you. I'm like, I don't know, I like it. I like art. And so it didn't, yeah, I mean, I've told this story a million times, but yeah, it really was a, I don't know, it didn't do the thing that I needed to, it didn't motivate me to do more art. Because I eventually quit, right? I eventually quit art until I started it back up again. But yeah. Also, I don't really know what I'm drawing. I'm just kind of drawn shapes. I don't know. I think it's about time to end stream. I'm getting a little tired. Thank you all for being here, though. I really appreciate it. Yeah. No, Sarah says, I was watching YouTube in middle school, but I just used to watch random funny videos, and I didn't follow a lot of artists on Twitter until like end of high school and early college, so I wasn't exposed to the type of art I wanted to work towards. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little jealous of like children who have, like, not that they would care about watching Marco Bucci, but like people who have, artists at their fingertips who talk about art in a, you know, way of learning that you can actually learn from, that isn't just like just draw all day and you'll get better, right? Like, I'm so jealous of today's youth in that they have YouTube, the learning side of YouTube at their fingertips. Again, not all of them will stumble across that stuff, and not all of them who do will even care. Most of them won't, because it's not meant for them, right? It's not really geared towards kids. Funny enough, I bet you somebody like Mark Burnett probably is geared more towards kids, and I bet I mean, he literally puts explosions into his videos, like him and Ross Draws, and we're not going to get into their whole Ross Draws debacle, but Like, I bet those people do probably inspire a lot of younger kids because they have YouTube videos and content that is kind of geared seemingly towards a younger audience in terms of how they present themselves and that kind of thing. But yeah, they saw the effort, and it is in fact impressive when someone starts out. I like beginner's art. Hmm. Yeah, but I think I will say to defend Sarah here. I think when people compliment kids, they do they can see the effort, but also they genuinely have no idea. Like this idea that if two kids make a drawing and one kid is seemingly is good at it and one kid isn't, that the kid who is better at it is somehow more talented or has something special about it. I think that's just totally misguided, right? This idea that like you can tell early on, like no kid knows what they're doing early on, right? They literally try a thing that pops into their head, and sometimes it's a good way of thinking about drawing and sometimes it's not, right? Most kids start by focusing on the outlines. Some kids learn early like a very simple concept like perspective, and the difference between the kid who's trying to draw 3D and the kid who isn't is just night and day, right? Like it's not because one kid is just so much talented or better or like impressive. It's like you've learned one tiny thing and that's a million miles ahead of all your peers. And so it's just like a coin flip sometimes, right? A kid might try something and it happens to work, and now they're the coolest kid on the block for their drawing skills when really it was just like a coin flip, you know? So it's funny how that can like snowball an entire art career because your parent said, "Oh, your drawing is really good." And yeah, it was cool. Or maybe the teacher said, "Oh, you're really talented, Timmy. You've drawn a thing really good." But really it was like not good relatively to like, it wasn't because they did anything in particular. It was just like, luck, right? Luck in the sense of like they didn't really know what they were doing. Kind of like when I was a kid and I tried to play soccer, right? The first thing you do when you want to kick a ball really far is you try to just kick it really hard, right? Whether or not you're kicking with good technique is kind of random as a kid, right? You don't know what technique is, right? It's just like some kids start by kicking with their toes, maybe one saw without their toe, and like it almost doesn't matter, right? Like some kids are just gonna have a better technique than others by dumb luck, not because they know what they're doing. They're all eventually gonna learn the right way to kick a soccer ball, but early on, kids just kick hard, right? That's just the only way. It's you want to kick far, you kick hard. You want to, you aren't thinking about it, and so it's really just like, I mean, I don't like using the word luck that way, but it's not like the kid knew what to practice and they practiced it, right? Or when I kicked, I had like a wobbly foot, right? Like maybe my muscles in my foot weren't very strong, or I didn't know to keep my foot rigid, and so I couldn't kick very far. I was awful at kicking a soccer ball. I was so bad, and so compared to my peers, it would be very easy for me to think, oh, maybe I'm not very good at soccer. Maybe I should never do soccer. But neither of us had any instruction. Neither of us knew what we were doing, right? I just happened to look terrible at it because I guessed at a technique and it sucked. My technique was terrible, and so was the technique of my peers, but they happened to have a less sucky technique. They would kick with their toes. I was trying to imitate the pros or the people that I saw who kicked well, but I wasn't doing it right, and so I actually was worse than the people who just did bad technique. But like it didn't matter because I didn't know what I was doing anyway, right? I basically took a gamble and I failed. And I think that's just the story for so many people when they try new things, right? When you try new things, you don't know what you're doing. So yeah, sometimes you're good, sometimes you're not, or relative to your peers. Anyway, that's like my maybe controversial. I don't think it's controversial, but that's one of my thoughts on learning stuff. And I think it's better to, and this is why I think it's better to applaud the effort than it is applaud the skill, right? Because when you're a beginner, it's the approach of it, right? It's the effort you're making, how much you care about the thing. It's not so much about, oh, you did good, right? I don't care how good someone does, right? It's, are they willing to try? Are they willing to learn? Are they having fun? That's far more important in the long term, because every one of those kids are going to suck relative to what they could be. I still like to have wobbly food art time just to try out stuff without being good. It is fun and an adventure. Yeah, that's fun. Since you're about to end, I'm gonna head out. Yeah, take care, Sarah. Thanks for being here. Tea reminder, says Skittle. Thanks. My very cold tea from almost 5 hours ago. Okay, we're gonna end here because I've been sitting on this painting and not doing anything for too long. We're gonna go raid somebody. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Good fun chatting and rambling and ranting. I guess this will be my plug. I do have a. By the way, did you guys know? You probably didn't because I never talk about it. Shameless self promo here. I have a Patreon. It's patreon.com/jstiller30. I think so. Patreon.com/jstiller30. Probably. You can support me there if you'd like to. Don't feel obligated. Also, I'm probably way overdue on a post or two. Anyway, but yeah, that's a thing. Also, I have a YouTube. I stream on YouTube with all my VODs. If you ever miss anything, you can view it there. Which, if you're listening to this after the fact, it's because it's there. Anyway, okay, we're gonna go raid now. Thanks for being here. Next stream is on Thursday. That was my outro. I'm really bad.